Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, reprise de l'étude d'une motion de privilège sur le non-respect allégué d'un ordre.
Resuming debate on the alleged failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the amendment of Mr. Berthold. And I think that it is now up to the honourable member for Laurenti de la Belle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are moments that are critical in the life of a democracy, and today is one of them. Because the inconsistency, and I would go even further, the incompetence of this government is shown by its flagrant incompetence in managing public programs and its complete inability to ensure that there is transparent and effective accountability. This is very simple, Mr. Speaker. There's a total absence of solid checks and balances in this government. It ends up magnifying the problems that it gets itself into. This government is the authority and power. It should show that it can be held accountable clearly and consistently, whether in regard to public spending, whether in terms of results, or whether in terms of assessing whether goals are met. But with this government, what we get is opaque, very partial reports that in many cases are full of technical jargon just in order to veil their own mistakes and failures. But what's even worse is that the lack of transparency makes it hard to feel any level of trust in our democracy. And democracy is struggling throughout the world. There's really no need to make things worse. So this lack of effective accountability enables a climate of opacity to continue in Ottawa, and that opens the door to abuses of power, to corruption, and to a gradual erosion of our democratic institutions. Instead of promoting efficiency and equity, the dubious management of these programs contributes to a number of problems, such as chaotic management of public resources, paralysis of essential services, and all of this leaves people, taxpayers, without any assistance with their needs. Because ever since yesterday, instead of talking about issues like housing inflation, lack of cellular coverage, which is a big problem in my writing, about the industrial transition, the energy transition, instead of talking about increasing benefits for seniors, our seniors between 65 and 74, instead we're talking about this government's failures and the way it tries to hide things. Once again, we're facing another scandal. I've been in this house since 2019. And let's look back at some of the scandals. There was We Charity. I spent hours at the ethics committee, and it all ended with a prorogation. And of course, the Prime Minister's Aga Khan vacation, the Trans Mountain Pipeline purchase, conflicts of interest having to do with COVID contracts, and of course, ArriveCan, which cost millions and millions of public dollars. Meanwhile, while we're debating all this, we're not taking care of people, which is completely unacceptable. This government, the executive branch, needs to report to the legislative branch. And of course, we always need to preserve, to protect, and to value appropriately the separation of powers. But we're living through a period where the separation of powers is becoming less and less distinct. We need to protect it. And none of this is an excuse. This government is accountable to the House. We know that the Parliament has the power to require that the government produce documents. The only limit on that capacity is the good judgment of this House. It's not up to the government's goodwill. We need to avoid taking that path. It's fine if the government doesn't agree, but it needs to respect what this House asks. Oh, I thought my time was up, but no, it isn't. I'll keep going then. We need to ensure that this House and its members be respected by the government. We can't just pretend that nothing is wrong here. And I really hope that we can stop being so partisan, because we're going through this every day here in this House. And I think that if any party is in a good position to criticize partisanship, it's the Bloc Québécois. I would invite us to respect our democratic institutions. And in conclusion, I urge the government to get back on the right path. Thank you.
Kamal Pyre, the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit confused by the member's speech. I listened to her. She talked about preserving, protecting, and valuing the separation of powers between the legislature, executive, and the judiciary. She even touched upon the lack of democracy across the world and the degradation of public institutions. My question is that, is it exactly not we are trying to do here, that the Parliament, using the supreme power it has, trying to interfere into the workings of the public institutions like RCMP? Is that what's our position? I was not very clear. If she can elaborate on that, I would be happy.
Honourable Député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's go back to the beginning. When there is an order of this House, and then when we hear that the requested documents have not been delivered, and that the House needs to send this matter to the Procedure Committee to try to cast light on it, this isn't about an RCMP inquiry. It's about respecting the institution. The question of privilege was deemed in order, so this is a matter of House privilege.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely agree with my colleague for the Bloc. According to the Auditor General, $300 million were used in cases of conflicts of interest. And she said that this is entirely the Liberals' responsibility. $58 million were invested in projects that actually have nothing to do with the environment. So my question is the following. Why is it that the Bloc is continuing to prop up this scandal-ridden government? Why doesn't it vote with us, the Conservatives, for an election? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, we in the Bloc Québécois are the responsible adults in the room. And if I were to say to my taxpayers that on this matter of SDTC, the AG mentioned in her report 90 cases of $76 million where there are conflicts of interest, where the government should be accountable. Well, I think that is very dubious indeed.
In Strathcona.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her speech today in the House. You know, she started off with a litany of moral failings that we've seen from this Liberal government. And I can't help but reflect on the fact that Canadians and Quebecers would be correct in assuming that it is a little bit of the same thing, regardless of whether you vote for Conservatives or Liberals, because we've seen this litany of problems with the Liberals. But I brought up yesterday in the House challenges with the moral bankruptcy of the Conservatives. You know, I think about Harper's Senate scandal. I think about the Afghan detainees. I think about the misappropriation of funds for the G8 when Harper was in power. And I just think, how does she think we should propose to Canadians that there is a better path when regardless of whether they vote Conservative or Liberal, they end up getting the same thing: corruption and moral failings?
30 seconds, please. The honourable member. Well, it's very simple, Mr. Speaker. As you can see, I'm feeling very dispirited. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because when you go talk to people on the ground, when they come to see us, they are asking, what is going on with our democracy? And out of all the parties, when it comes to denouncing what's happening and ensuring that we respect institutions, not because of partisanship, because here we're only talking about elections in this House instead of substantive issues, which we should be talking about. Well, I think I've said enough.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, and I see we had a bit of a switch here. The honourable member for Windsor West.
And I'll be splitting my time with the member for Burnaby New Westminster. Appreciate the opportunity to share my time with him, and as well to talk about this important issue in the ruling from the Speaker, which we do agree and supported not only the original motion, but also the ruling by the Speaker. And it's important because this gets to some essence of the principles of democracy and information related to SDTC, and that's Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the misappropriation of funds and information that took place there. In particular, it also brandished some very good companies that are being lumped in, which I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed in the Conservatives not focusing any attention with regards to protecting those organizations and companies that did nothing wrong, that got sucked into this basically patronage system that was set up by the Liberals with Annette Verschaeren and others at the board of directors. And the focus for the New Democrats been always with the whistleblowers, because they have taken a hit with regards to loss of employment, loss of pensionable years, and we had asked for them to be transferred to any federal public service agency that they chose. They are going to an agency, NRC, which has an association, not a union, but it's at least something's a step forward. But at the same time, many people have left, and they had to send or sign waiver and confidentiality agreements that we're asking the government now to rip up, to make sure that those individuals no longer have that hanging over their employment record in the federal public service. And that's unfortunate that that hasn't happened. We will continue to request that. We also want a third party to investigate and review the new model of SDTC in terms of a working environment, because there has been some good work done there. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives also don't mention in this is that they actually have been, in large part, the custodians of SDTC in the past. And I certainly would like to see more light shed on in terms of what went wrong. Their simple analysis of it is that basically the Liberals picked their own people that didn't live up to those expectations. But I can tell you, I have a long list of Conservative appointments that have never done the same. And what we would rather see is a better process that would actually be more robust and would protect about this patronage system that continually rewards Ottawa insiders that have been close to those political parties in particular. It's been a carousel at times of appointments that are based upon the merits of your contribution versus the merits of your contributions to the general public and to an issue, but the merits of the contributions to a political party, in my opinion. And SDTC has kind of fallen into that issue in the sense that it's sucked in a number of different employees, but also companies that are actually doing good environmental work. And I think that there's an edge on this too. But the Conservatives do have a point in the sense that there was a motion to move to get the documents. And on that, I also want to highlight the difference between the Liberals and the Conservatives and the NDP in all of this is because we believe in more open, accessible, transparent government, which is actually being done across the planet, especially with the other G7 nations that we are part of. And what I'm talking about is Crown copyright, where information, studies, and other types of documents are more readily accessible to the public. It's been the early 1900s when our original law was crafted. And it hasn't been substantially overhauled since then. Can you imagine that if we still drove around vehicles that were originally crafted in the 1900s and never substantially overhauled to this day? So what this has done, though, is it's allowed to protect these so-called independent associations. But what's important to note to the taxpayers out there, and also to note in terms of the Conservative and Liberal strategies on how to deal with these issues, is that they create these agencies like this one was created. And it is created to be so-called independent from Parliament and the minister, and then they stock it full of appointments when they choose. And then later on, when there's a problem, they claim that they had nothing to do with it because it was an independent process, even though it reports wholly to the federal government, and even though it's the employees are actually 100% federally funded. And so the employees don't get the same whistleblower protection that they should. They don't get the same union representation that they should. And at the same time, when their friends either get sloppy or go into practices that allow this type of malfeasance to take place, and there's a particular number of things that took place, and I'll talk a little bit about those things at the boardroom of SDTC, then they can claim that they're at arm's length. And that gives them the ability to basically try to punt on this. And there's no reason whatsoever the Conservatives could have not changed this situation in the past, but they've had industry ministers like, Maxime Bernier and Tony Clement and others that have been under scandal behavior as well too, that perhaps were, not interested in addressing the fact that SDTC had this opening to allow this to take place. And so if people are wondering, what took place at these corporate boardrooms, now imagine if you, Mr. Speaker, were on a boardroom of a not-for-profit charity, or if you're at a municipality, you have to declare a conflict of interest on things that are a financial matter or personnel, and there's a very prescribed system. And what happened is that the Auditor General even points this out, is that we have a number of times where that was not followed. And some of the questions that I asked in terms of the witnesses that came forward, board members and chair people and so forth, is that, were the rules provided? And they talk about, yeah, they were, but at the same time, they weren't followed because nobody can really explain the next part. They don't know why they didn't follow them. They just didn't. So there was a lazy corporate boardroom culture there. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, and I asked this question to a couple of witnesses and never got a straight answer, were they socializing together? Were they doing things outside the workplace? What we've seen in this country in the past is how many deals get cut on a golf course somewhere at the expense of consumers, at the expense of rights of people, at the expense of insider business and other businesses that are doing legitimate competition because they had the inner edge. And Mr. Speaker, I think that this case at SDTC was very much the case and why we're doing this investigation. And so what we requested in the motion that was put forth was to procure more of those documents. And we gave a time frame. And in fact, we studied at committee and talked about this. And I want to point out that the Conservatives have also, it's hard to even understand some of their strategy on this because they're smattering it across several committees. So it's almost like you're not even interested in getting at the final real good result because you're putting it at three different places at times, whereas one would actually suffice and get to the bottom line of all of this at the end of the day, instead of shopping around having us do different parts here and there. But at any rate, we had asked for more documentation and that to be provided to ourselves because we want to make sure that there's going to be accountability as funds are restored to the program. It was suspended by the Minister of Industry for a brief period of time, and then it was reinstated. And so there is a legitimate concern about what happens next, especially because we still don't know the full oversight that's going to take place with the NRC and so forth. So those documents we asked to get, we gave sufficient time for them. We haven't received them to the fullest extent, and hence why we are here today. And it is important to note that this is unnecessary, again, in terms of House time that could be spent. We have significant issues that are taking place internationally right now with regards to the Israeli issue with Lebanon right now. We have issues that I've been working on in committee to try to advance, being credit card rates. So we are getting a study in that, but the Conservatives brought forth another motion on this that we had to deal with. So, but we are going to lose maybe some time if we don't watch it with regards to that study. But I think that in all fairness, some answers are deserved here, and the motion had merit. And as I wrap up here, Mr. Speaker, I think that as we send this back to committee, we have to be very careful about how we handcuff committees if we are going to do that. And so those are some of the questions that we still have to answer as we go forward. But at the same time, we do need more open, accessible government. There's better ways to do it. So this is a situation arising from a structural flaw in our current parliament. It's been done so before with other issues, with the detainees in Afghanistan, for example. And so I would again call upon for a better process in Parliament. But again, I have very much lack of faith at the moment because the two political parties that have been in control of Canada have wanted to control the access of information for their own political reasons, depending upon the political time, versus that of actually exposing it to the public and letting the public come to their own conclusions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government HoC.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in regards to the fact that the Parliament of Canada has just phenomenal power and authority. And I'm concerned about the potential of blurring here. As I'm sure the member's aware, what we're asking is for a collection of information that would then be handed over to the RCMP. And that's what's clearly being indicated, which raises, I think, a concern about the blurring of the independence of the judiciary and our system. Does he have any concerns at all related to that?
Member for Windsor West.
And I appreciate the question, and I think it's actually a good question and a relevant one. And I guess the backstop for me about that issue is that we still don't control and tell the RCMP what to do. They will then get the documents and decide from their own deliberations, investigations, and so forth. It's similar to that of the Auditor General. You can make a suggestion or to the Competition Bureau, and it's up for those bodies to decide whether or not they should go further with that information and do the next part. So for those reasons, I still feel comfortable with that process. And I appreciate the question, though, because I think it clarifies one of the misconceptions out there is that we are directing law enforcement, whereas we are not. They are going to be able to look at information and decide from their own sense independently.
And comments? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member has been an active participant in the parliamentary committee hearings, both in the Industry Committee and the Public Accounts Committee on this scandal. And I'd like to, in addition to the respect that we all have for the whistleblowers who started this process, I'd like him to comment a little more about how he felt about the testimony of the chair, Annette Vacherian, in defending the 24 conflicts that the Auditor General or that the Ethics Commissioner revealed in the testimony before committee.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the question again, and that member has done extensive research on the file and has been very engaged on it. So this question is important, and the indifference that we saw from Annette Vacherian and even other board members, and sometimes I called out, as the member knows, some of the organizations and recipient of funds were more concerned about getting their funds than they were about the whistleblowers at all, is very alarming. And that's why I'm hoping at some point in time we can actually enhance the whistleblowing protection that is necessary, and why I believe that they actually needed to be within the public service alliance to get better protection than the association they're going to. And so again, I appreciate that question, and it is one of the things that I think gets lost in the equations, and all those conflicts took place, and they're significant. The 24 is just unbelievable, and they have real consequences on the actions of the workers who often gave different advice than what the board followed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire,
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. In 2005, the AG submitted a devastating report about these officials. Under the Harper government, the foundation, the TTC, was still there, and there's still a lack of control over these funds. Does the member agree that this case is indicative of a general cancer in terms of federal foundations that do not have oversight over their funding?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to my my colleague for the question. And absolutely, I think this is, we're dealing with a symptom here of the illness that's taken place, and that's why the NDP has proposed real concrete modernization techniques for open, accountable government, and it's what separates ourselves from the other parties with regards to having that not only in terms of what we're saying, but proposing that through legislation, and that's quite different than what we see at the table. And again, this is just going to rear its head again, because really it's become a battle between the Conservatives and Liberals in terms of who they think their patronage appointments are better. Well, I can tell you none of them are better. What we actually need is a better process and better transparency to ensure that taxpayers are protected.
Quick question, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague for Windsor West, I sometimes feel like I'm the only one left with a good memory, and I'm so glad that the honourable member for Windsor West also recalls that SDTC has done lots of good work. That there were a lot of good firms associated with it, and I want to give credit, which is unusual, I suppose. I haven't mentioned his name here in a long time, but the member of the Harper cabinet that I defeated to be elected here, the former member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the Honourable Gary Lunn, did a lot of good work in setting up SDTC. It was a lot of good, groundbreaking renewable energy firms and others started receiving grants in that period. And I want to ask my honourable colleague from Windsor West if he would agree with me that in the decades since, or not decades, but in the years since, we've seen a steady deterioration of basic good practice within the Government of Canada. Outsourcing to Deloitte, outsourcing to McKinsey, outsourcing the kinds of things that allowed the ArriveCan app to happen as a scandal. Also, I see the same kinds of behavior here, and I wonder if he has any comments on that.
The quick answer, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate that question, and she's absolutely correct. My colleague is correct again on this. There is some great work that's taken place, and that's the challenge here is what are the Conservatives going after here is just trying to attack the environmental programs of everybody that's involved in here and sucking in the victims by accident or getting to the bottom of this and structurally changing it. And that's what I'd like to do is structurally change it for higher accountability, but have a program function like it was supposed to be to combat climate change, the environmental challenges we face, and then reward the companies that have to face extreme competition in the United States and other European countries that are doing massive subsidization to corporate entities and not-for-profits that we have to compete with. So these are some of the things that we face, and I appreciate the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleasure to follow my colleague from Windsor West. And in this important debate, the NDP, just like our Dean has just said, has always been focused on governmental transparency. And when we look at NDP governments across the country, they have shown transparency, but also a capacity for unequaled financial capacity. And it's not just me saying that, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Federal Finance, in its files for the past 40 years, has talked about NDP governments as a collective that better manages public finance than all other political parties. And it's something we're very proud about. And Mr. Speaker, we're waiting for the opportunity for the NDP to form the federal government, because that's where we can really clean things up in terms of public financing. The NDP has always worked for the protection of this. It's really important because whistleblower protection allows us to get real information and to avoid scandals. And that's something we really focused on under the former Harper regime and even today. And we think this is important to protect whistleblowers, to avoid scandals. So that workers can be protected and come forth to the public when there is poor use of public funds. And we can also strengthen independent bureaus under the officers of Parliament. I'm talking about the PBO and the Office of the Auditor General. All of these components mean that the public can be greater protection. When we look at this scandal at SDTC, we see that there's a lack of strengthening of these positions under the Liberal government, and this diminishes the capacity of these institutions to expose improper use of public finances. And in this case, as my colleague from Windsor West has just said, Annette Verscheren, who is the president of SDTC, well, millions of dollars are given to companies that she's connected to, and this is absolutely inappropriate. And we have to get to the bottom of this. And we've had minority governments in place, but the NDP has always been focused on the truth and getting to the bottom of things. And every time there was a scandal uncovered, the NDP has always focused on getting to the bottom of things to give the public an idea of what's important to know, and also, as I said earlier, to establish solutions that ensure that this type of scandal won't happen again. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we're waiting for the opportunity for the NDP to be able to put in place all of these protections, because we can't continue with these revolving doors, Liberal scandals, which will be replaced by Conservative scandals, which are replaced by Liberal scandals, replaced by Conservative scandals. At least in this Parliament, we were able to expose this and get to the bottom of each of these scandals.
I have to say, in a minority parliament, because the NDP has more weight, we've been able to expose these scandals. The much larger scandals that we saw under the Harper government were all covered up, and that is because of a majority Conservative government that simply refused to put into place the protections that allow taxpayers to know that the money is being spent in an effective way. And what I found most reprehensible during the Harper regime, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that not only did Conservatives cover up these scandals, I'll come back to these in just a minute, but they also strangled the Auditor General of Canada, the PBO's office. They cut funding dramatically. And the reason why they did that is because, of course, when Conservatives are in power, they don't want independent officers of Parliament trying to get to the bottom of these many scandals. Under the Conservatives' watch, it was terrible. The worst financial management we have seen in our party's history. The myriad scandals. Yes, we can talk about the Senate scandals and the scandals through the PMO. But let's just talk about some of the Conservative scandals that were covered up by the Conservative government and by Conservative MPs when they were in power. Unlike now, where we have a motion that will be debated, I'm sure passed, that will direct HoC to actually do its work. In each of these cases, in the Harper majority regime, Conservative MPs simply slammed the door shut on any investigation of the myriad scandals of the Harper government. Let's just enumerate a few of them, Mr. Speaker. First, the ATS scandal, $400 million. Now, we talk, I think, quite legitimately about the misuse of funds around the ArriveCan app, which is $60 million. The EATS scandal was many, many times that, and yet Conservatives clamped down to make sure that no parliamentary committee, no documents were exposed, that there was no way for the public to ever know the truth of what was a misspending of nearly $500 million. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. But it's not just that. You think of the Conservatives putting in place the Phoenix Pay system. That's over $2 billion. It's a scandal that we're still seeing today, the repercussions of. The Conservatives forcing the Phoenix Pay system, which hadn't worked in other parts of the world, hadn't worked in Queensland and Australia, had been rejected by other governments who understood the importance of not saying yes to a pay system that was so clearly inadequate. And yet Conservatives forced it through and cost Canadians billions. And even today, we are still paying for the repercussions of that. You'll recall, of course, Mr. Speaker, the Harper regime clamping down on the F-35 procurement scandal. We still don't know how that money was used. Now, I can talk about, and fortunately, very good journalists were part of exposing the Harper regime and the Conservative scandals around the G8 funding, the gazebos, the money that was misspent, up to $1 billion around G8. Again, Conservatives clamped down to ensure that the public never knew the truth. And anti-terrorism funding, $3.1 billion that disappeared, that was couldn't be found, and yet Conservatives, again, clamped down to ensure that the public never knew the truth. So while we're having this important debate, while we are openly referring this to committee to ensure that we get to the bottom of this scandal under the Liberal government, we cannot forget the fact that the Conservative government was absolutely reprehensible in shutting down any sort of parliamentary ability to get to the bottom of things, in clamping down to ensure that the billions of dollars that were misspent or couldn't be found was never gotten to the bottom of, and to ensure as well that they would cut the funding of the independent officers of Parliament to do such an effective job of ensuring that the public gets the information that is a vital part of democracy. Transparency in financial affairs is an essential component, a foundation of our democracy. And what we saw under the Harper regime was all of those rules being thrown out the window. Billions of dollars misspent, couldn't be found, and Conservatives would never allow any of those scandals to actually be exposed to Canadians. Now, this is a matter of relevance coming to a possible election because of the preponderance of lobbyists, corporate lobbyists now on the Conservative National Executive, the fact that the member from Carleton's closest advisors are lobbyists as well. If the Conservatives were bad under the Harper regime, you can imagine how much worse they would be now. We need transparency. That's why we need an NDP government in this country, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a good example where the NDP's fake stand on progressive values is exposed. They talk big time when it comes to progressive things like the climate change. Yeah, we support, we have to fight against climate change, except when it becomes politically inconvenient. When tough action is needed, when tough stand is needed, they run away. The same thing, Mr. Speaker, they talk big. It's just they talk big when it comes to Charter of Rights and Freedom. How privacy, confidentiality, things are important to Canadians. But again, when it becomes politically convenient, they don't mind joining hands with the official opposition in trying to throw a stone here. I would like to ask the member, does he not respect to the division of the power that is there between the executive, legislature, and the judiciary?
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's a whole ton of rhetoric there and not at all any substance. And I think this is the problem. Why the Liberal government has become so unpopular is because of stands like my colleague, my honourable colleague, has just taken, that somehow getting to the bottom of what is clearly a scandal when you have somebody who is appointed by the Liberals to run an agency, seeing money then going to that person's companies connected to that person is something that does require getting to the bottom of. And I think the Liberals should have taken the NDP's response rather than the Conservative response, which was to tuck it under the rug. And that was the problem under the Harper majority government, certainly under the Liberal majority government, is that neither party, neither Conservatives or Liberals, ever respect independent officers of Parliament and ensuring that public transparency on the use of public funds is paramount. And this is why I think it's time to throw out Liberals and Conservatives and elect an NDP government.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, the Auditor General did an audit of SDTC and gave it a clean bill of health that was being run effectively. And it was under a chair appointed by the Conservatives. This has totally changed since the Liberals have interfered, putting in friends and contacts in spite of warnings, telling them not to do this. And we have got a total mess, hundreds of millions of dollars wasted. There's conflict of interest. I guess my question is this. This is not just a Liberal scandal. This is also an NDP scandal because the NDP is propping them, is keeping them in power. And what we lay on the Liberals, we also lay on the NDP. Will the member not take responsibility for his party's participation in this scandal? Thank you.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
My goodness, I don't know what's in the water in the House this morning, Mr. Speaker, but these are very strange and bizarre questions coming up. And the reality is that member was involved with the Harper regime that cut the funding to the Auditor General. Unbelievable. And yet no Conservative has ever apologized for cutting the funding for independent officers of Parliament, the Auditor General, the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, that are absolutely essential. They're foundation stones for transparency and democracy. And the reality is, at no point during the Harper regime, in all of the scandals I just enumerated, billions of dollars that were misspent or couldn't be found or disappeared. And at no point did Conservatives ever consent to actually getting the information to the public. And that is shameful. And I wish one Conservative MP would stand up and apologize for it.
I'm just going to use my great technical skills and call that the audio was a little weird there. So maybe if we can just move the microphone a little further back, maybe it'll be less weird when we answer the next question. Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleagues' comments in that they won't be supporting the government on that because it lacks in transparency. So on the procedure committee where I sit, so there's some positive in all that. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is I'd like to hear my colleague with the whole strategy underlying what he just said, and this can be checked, that when a party calls for light to be shed on something, when that party has been involved for years in a cover-up and secrecy, what is being hidden exactly? I'd like my colleague to tell me, is this another attempt at a non-confidence motion so that the light can't be shed on this? The honourable member for Burnaby. Well, we have always advocated transparency. As the member knows full well, the NDP has always stood for protection for whistleblowers. That's very important. The NDP has never changed its stand on that, and we will continue to fight for light to be shed on all scandals, whether they're Conservative or Liberal.
I think a point of order from the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, if we were to seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent the House adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Committee of the Whole, deemed considered in Committee of the Whole, and deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in a report staged and deemed read a third time and passed, and B, if proceedings in relation to the debate on the motion in relation to the question of privilege standing in the name of the member for Regina Coppell regarding the alleged failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada are not disposed of at this time, at this ordinary hour of daily adjournment later this day, it be deemed adjourned until Wednesday, October 2nd of 2024.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
And I think we can move on to the next speaker in debate. The chair recognizes the honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to deal with the ruling of the Speaker with regard to the production of documents ordered by this House on the scandal involving Sustainable Development Technologies Canada, otherwise known as the Liberal billion-dollar Green Slush Fund. The process for those watching was that the House ordered the production of these documents around the scandal to the law clerk, which could then be transferred to the RCMP for investigation. As we know, the power of the House is greater than any one act, yet the Prime Minister's personal department, the PCO, decided to execute this order by telling departments to send in documents but redact them. As a result, that was, in our view, and obviously in the Speaker's view, a breach of members' privileges because the order from the House did not say redact. As a result, we're here to discuss this today, and it's been referred to the PROC committee for further consideration. So in doing this, it's pretty important to understand there's some objections from the government, as there has been, about some alleged breach of the Charter. Well, there is no breach of the Charter, and here's why. If a criminal activity is suspected in a company you own, say a bank, you're part of a bank management team, and you discover that somebody who works for you has stolen the money of depositors. That company has the right, indeed it has the obligation, to call in the police and to turn those documents over to the police. It does not require the police to go to court to get access to those documents. That owner of that company, that management team, can supply those documents to the police to start the investigation. Why does that matter with regard to this instance? We have a foundation that was set up in 2001 called Sustainable Development Technology Canada with the purpose of providing taxpayer financial assistance to green technology companies before they're commercialized. Since this government has been elected, they've received $1 billion of taxpayer money. And the result of that, and probing by parliamentary committees, is that we found that in 82% of the funding transactions approved by the Board of Directors during a sample period, a 5-year period that the Auditor General looked at, 82% of those transactions were conflicted. So that's a number. What does that mean? According to the Auditor General, that's $330 million of taxpayer money that was given to companies where the board members who voted to give it to that company, those companies, had a conflict of interest. In addition, the Auditor General found that that same board approved another $59 million of projects that they weren't authorized to do. They were outside of the mandate of the foundation that the government and parliament set up. They broke the SDTC contribution agreements, and these directors broke the conflict of interest laws of Canada as public office holders, and they broke the SDTC Act. So how did they break them? What does that act say? Those two acts say. You know what they say? They say that a governor and council appointment, a person appointed by the government entrusted to oversee taxpayer money, is not to personally profit from their work on that committee as a GIC appointment, and neither is their family. Yet that's exactly what happened. It's exactly what happened. And the Auditor General found in a 5-year period where there were 405 transactions approved by the board, the Auditor General sampled 226, so only half of them, and found that 186 of those 226 transactions were conflicted. That's the 82%. That's the $330 million. If the Auditor General looked at all 400 transactions, statistically, that would probably mean the rest are just as conflicted. And that 400 transactions is $832 million of taxpayer money. So these Liberal hand-picked appointees of the Prime Minister from the chair on got themselves into a position to benefit their own companies. So how did they do that, and what were their conflicts? Every transaction, every bit of money approved by the $1 billion Green Slush Fund, every single dollar had to be approved by the board of directors. And the way the system worked was that beforehand, they would send out a note of what transactions were on the board, and directors would declare a conflict. So at the beginning of every board meeting, they'd say, here's the list of transactions we're considering. Here's the list of which directors are conflicted with which companies. So now let's go to work. And in some cases, the director would stay in the room, according to the minutes, while they were voting on their own project. In other cases, the director would get up and leave the room while they voted on it, and then that director would come back into the room, and the next director would get out of the room for their project. A nice little tidy conspiracy of conflict of interest to enrich themselves and the values of their companies. One director in particular was particularly aggressive at this. Appointed in 2016 by the Prime Minister, her name's Andrée-Lise Matot. She runs a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital and Green Technology. And Andrée-Lise Matot, her companies before and during her time on the board received $250 million. That one director, her companies received $250 million in grants from SDTC. Now, some of that was before, and I'll talk about that before in a minute, but while she was on the board, 114 million went to companies, green companies that she had invested in. And during her time on the board, the value of her company, Cycle Capital, tripled. Because getting an SDTC grant is a stamp of Government of Canada approval, which allowed those companies to raise other funds. You'll never guess who her lobbyist was. Any guesses? Any guesses who her lobbyist was? Her in-house paid lobbyist for 10 years before he was elected? The current radical Minister of the Environment. Wow. While he was lobbying for Cycle Capital, the current radical Minister of the Environment got $111 million. And not only that, that minister lobbied, according to the Lobbyist Registration Act, lobbied the Prime Minister's office and the Industry Department 25 times. 25 times in the year before he was elected. And guess what? For all his hard work, he owned shares in Cycle Capital. And he still owns those shares. He's not answered how much the value of those shares have gone up since they've been granted and since that company got this kind of support. But if that wasn't bad enough, this particular director in 2022 left and went to the Canada Infrastructure Bank Board. And what's the first thing that she did at the Canada Infrastructure Bank Board? Voted $170 million of infrastructure bank money for a company owned by the chair of the Green Slush Fund, Annette Verschuren. Now, Annette Verschuren also sought $6 million for the Verschuren Center at Cape Breton Center, at the Verschuren Center at Cape Breton University, because it was failing. SDTC said no when it went through the process. This is a conflict. But in emails, they said, we will help you find money from other government departments. And pretty soon after that, her company got the Verschuren Center got about $10 million, $12 million from ACOA and ISED. And her other companies got $50 million from Natural Resources Canada. And then, of course, there's the Infrastructure Bank one. This is the story that we see. 9 directors, according to the Auditor General, made up those 186 conflicts. Now, that's why the CFO of the Industry Department, when the whistleblower called on him, said, and sat down with him, said, this is way bigger than the Chrétien government sponsorship scandal, which was $42 million of taxpayer money going to advertising agencies and friends of the Liberal Party. Way bigger. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. So why we're asking for the documents is every time we have a witness at committee, every time we ask a question, new information comes out. The government has opposed us at every step of the way of getting those documents, and we know why. Just the scratch of the surface by the Auditor General, which is a small part, is $390 million to Liberal insiders. That's what they're trying to hide. That's why they're opposing this production order to be turned over to the RCMP. That's why the Prime Minister's personal department, the PCO, defied the order of this House to produce these documents and ordered departments to redact all the sensitive information out. And surprisingly, they used a lot of black ink when they put those things in. They really went through a lot of toner on photocopiers when they printed this thing out because it's all blacked out. What are they hiding? What they're hiding is more malfeasance and abuse of the taxpayer money. Because we know that little bit that we've seen, 226 of 400 transactions by the Auditor General, is just the tip of the iceberg. And that's $390 million. Apparently, that doesn't concern Liberals for some reason. It doesn't concern them that this happened. It doesn't concern the Minister of Industry, who has had not a single meeting with the new acting board or the NRC where he's proposing it. And you know what? That new transparency that he said he would do in June, they're giving out money again, and not one single bit of information is available anywhere on the website. SDTC used to put out a quarterly report on every company, every single company. They no longer do. It's silent, it's hidden. And the corruption of this organization and the 9 Liberal directors in abusing taxpayer money in this way is beyond anything I've ever seen, and I know many members of this House have ever seen. And Mr. Speaker, I understand I will continue with enlightening the House after question period.
The honourable member will have 8 minutes remaining when we do return to debate on the issue. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and the world will soon observe the first anniversary of the October 7th massacre carried out by Hamas terrorists against innocent Israeli citizens. For almost a year, the Liberal government has turned a blind eye to numerous pro-Hamas rallies that incite violence and hatred. Jewish-owned Canadian businesses have been vandalized, schools and synagogues shot at, and people assaulted. Even my wife was stalked, and our home targeted with posters falsely claiming that I support genocide. Mr. Speaker, I support the rule of law. However, hate promoters like Samadou, an entity outlawed in Germany, with the leader banned from the EU, are free to have a rally in Vancouver to celebrate a terrorist act. other rallies will also be held to support Hamas. Thanks to U.S. intelligence, Canada thwarted one terrorist attack being planned on Canadian soil by a foreign national to mark the anniversary. Does someone have to be killed before the Liberal government acts to keep Canadians safe in the lead up to October 7th and beyond? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, I rise today to honour the memory of Gay Cook, a cherished Ottawa figure in Ottawa who passed away on September 11th at the mighty age of 93. Gay was more than a food journalist. She was the heart of Ottawa's culinary community. Gay, together with her sisters Jean Piggott and Greet Hale, formed the legendary Morrison Sisters. Gay's influence as a food professional, mentor, and friend was far-reaching. Known for her enthusiasm and smile, she was a constant source of kind encouragement to those who shared her love of food world. She always reminded me of the importance of eating a healthy breakfast. As I speak, Gay's family sits in the gallery, and I extend my deepest sympathies to them. Your mother and grandmother's generosity of spirit will continue to inspire us all. Know that her impact was profound. She will be deeply missed, but never forgotten. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that enough is enough. 9 years of this Liberal government is enough. Canadians are fed up with this centralizing, inflationary government that does not respect provincial jurisdiction or taxpayers' money. We will be bringing forward a non-confidence motion in this devastating government that has doubled the debt, the cost of housing, and caused the worst inflation crisis in 40 years, forcing Canadians to go to food banks while living in crime-ridden communities. The Premier of Quebec has been clear. He is asking the Bloc Québécois to stop propping up these liberal follies. The Bloc Québécois is the worst negotiator in history. It has betrayed Quebecers and sold its soul to the Liberals and not received any improvement for Quebec, not even getting the decree cancelled that will put an end to 1,400 forestry jobs in Quebec. The only thing that I'm seeing in this House is a Liberal bloc, not a Bloc Québécois.
Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of Lebanese Canadians call my community of Windsor-Essex home. It is a proud, peaceful, and vibrant community, one of the largest in Canada. That community has been shaken by missile attacks and explosions carried out by Israel's government. Attacks that have killed hundreds, injured thousands, and forced countless Lebanese to flee their homes. How much more suffering must the people of Lebanon endure? Mr. Speaker, my community fears an escalation of this terrible conflict, and they are heart-wrenched about the safety of their families. This week I met with the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Canada-Lebanon Parliamentary Association. Canada must continue to press Israel and Hezbollah for an immediate ceasefire and demand that innocent civilians be protected. And demand that both parties end this suffering and end this war.
Now, I saw online the honourable member for Churchill-Kiewata-Newcasky.
Today, we honor the memory of Johnson Redhead, the little 6-year-old boy from Shamattawa First Nation who went missing and after days of searching was tragically found deceased. Johnson was loved by his family and community. Many rallied from communities across our region to look for him. We all mourn his shocking death. As has been said, Johnson's tragic death didn't just happen. His family and advocates are calling for an inquiry. We must be clear on how Canada, in particular, failed Johnson Redhead. A lack of coordinated care and safety protocols to help children with complex needs on First Nations, the chronic underfunding of education and health, the persistent third world living conditions in a community like Shamattawa with an acute housing crisis and acute poverty. Shamattawa, the same First Nation that will be at the Supreme Court next month fighting Canada for its right to clean drinking water. As we approach the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, as we wear our orange shirts and state that every child matters, we honor the memory of Indigenous children forced into residential schools, survivors and their descendants like Johnson Redhead, whose lives matter. And we call on Canada to act now for justice.
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott-Russell.
Monsieur le Président, je tiens à féliciter le groupe.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Group Convex, which is celebrating its 20th anniversary. Groupe Convex is a social enterprise which brings together various services. It offers various recycling and sorting services and hires vulnerable members of society, as well as skills training for people with disabilities. I'd like to thank founding members like Raymond Lemay, Normand Charette, and Caroline Arcan. They have invested hours and hours to ensure that Groupe Convex exists, and they have had the vision to help vulnerable communities and fill a gap in our communities. I'd also like to thank Éric Drouin, his team, and all of the people working for Groupe Convex. And I hope that the organization will continue doing its work for a long time. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Chemins-Lévis. I am very pleased to congratulate Noémie O'Farrell, who won a Gémeaux Award for playing Danielle Sullivan in the Social series. She received solid training at the conservatories of Quebec City and Montreal, and she has incredible potential and talent. She is playing now in the theater, on the big screen, the small screen. We have so much pride in Noémie's career. She grew up in Saint Clair, and all of Quebec is proud of her. She has received many awards before, and now she's receiving this prestigious award to recognize her incredible performance. Noémie, we are very proud of you. I am certain that your accomplishments will inspire other young artists to follow their dreams, and that they will realize that you can make a good living from your art.
L'honorable député de Vimy.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Tourism Day. People from around the world visit Canada every day. Through tourism, we share our culture, our natural heritage with others. Le tourisme nous rassemble et crée des...
Tourism brings us together and creates jobs throughout our communities. That is why our government is investing in tourism in all parts of Quebec and Canada. In August, with the Minister of Tourism, I announced $520,000 for Tourism Laval in order to promote tourist development.
Strengthen Laval's position in international markets while stimulating the region's economic ecosystem. Only in 2022, 1.4 million tourists visited Laval, whether it be the Cosmodome, la Musée de la Santé Armand Frappier, le Centre de la Nature, Illumi, and much more. Our government is investing in its tourism businesses, its people, and takes pride in sharing with visitors what we offer to the world.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, as Gender Equality Week wraps up, I want to highlight why we have so much to be proud of here in Canada. Our feminist government has maintained gender parity in Cabinet, passed a Pay Equity Act, and created a department dedicated to women and gender equality. We are boosting women's economic power with programs like the National Child Care Plan, the Menstrual Equity Fund, and the Women's Entrepreneurship Fund. All of the above opposed by the Conservatives. Recently, as Parliamentary Secretary, I participated in the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, and I was often moved to tears by people who approached to tell me how much they respected and admired what we have in Canada, how they want similar woman-friendly programs in their countries, like our commitment to Gender-Based Analysis Plus in all government legislation and initiatives, and our 10-year action plan to fight gender-based violence. When women have access to equal pay and support system, our whole society benefits, Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, last session, the Prime Minister made two comments politicizing the just concerns parents have for their children. He outright told them that they were spreading angry, hateful rhetoric for simply voicing that they want to know what happens in their children's lives. Comments like this are divisive and unacceptable. Conservatives believe the thousands of Canadians that affirm that parents know what's best for their children. Petition E4753 calls on the Prime Minister to stop meddling in these provincial issues and to apologize for insulting Canadian parents. When will the Liberals start with Canadian families, standing with them, and demand an apology from the Prime Minister? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, millions of Canadians use our railways every year. Railways make the transportation of essential goods possible. They are the backbone of our supply chains, the backbone of our economy. But tragically, every year, far too many Canadians are seriously hurt or killed on railway tracks. This week, Mr. Speaker, is Railway Safety Week here in Canada, an initiative led by Operation Lifesaver. Our government is dedicated to ensuring the highest levels of safety and security on our railways to prevent tragedies. That's why, through our Railway Safety Improvement Program, we've invested in making over 1,000 rail crossings across Canada much safer. This is a moment, Mr. Speaker, a moment to remind everyone to remain careful near our railway tracks across this great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this NDP Liberal government isn't worth the cost or the corruption. At a time when Canadians are facing a cost of living crisis with surging rent and mortgage payments, the Prime Minister awarded his bought and paid for media ally, Tom Clark, with a $9 million luxury condo courtesy of a taxpayer on Billionaires Row in New York City. By no coincidence, the purchase of the condo occurred immediately after the Prime Minister visited Clark in New York. Following the visit, the Liberal government purchased the condo using new special powers granted by the Prime Minister with absolutely no oversight. There is no justification whatsoever for this outrageous purchase. It is a total abuse of the public purse and emblematic of the culture of cronyism and entitlement that is a defining feature of this corrupt Liberal government.
Well said, Mike.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
An unforgiving carbon tax on food, gas, and home heating. 1 in 4 skipping meals. 2 million lined up at food banks. Last year, the Calgary Food Bank saw demand surge by nearly 35%, a record level. Families are crying for help, and where's the NDP? Well, in the worst sellout of all time, he ripped up his coalition papers only to tape them back together. He keeps the Prime Minister in power in order to protect his pension. Canadians have no confidence in this Prime Minister or his carbon tax. To this sellout NDP leader, Tuesday is coming. What will it be? Prop up this Prime Minister again and hike the tax by 61 cents a litre? Or call the carbon tax election Canadians need today? After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time is up.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, as the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation approaches, may we all reflect on the 94 calls to action that call for creating awareness of our shared history, addressing past wrongs, and most importantly, supporting healing for Indigenous people. Advancing reconciliation is a journey that we must all take together as a country. And while more than 85% of the calls to action are in process or complete, half of them need long-term and stable funding that will require a nonpartisan approach over generations. Mr. Speaker, over the past few years, we've seen important legislation passed, including child welfare, UNDRIP, Indigenous language, and most recently, an independent Truth and Reconciliation Committee that ensures that the federal government will be held accountable in the future. I ask all Canadians to take time to listen to the survivors of the Indian Residential School and consider what action they can take to advance reconciliation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, September 30th is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, Orange Shirt Day. This is a day to reflect on the genocide that was committed through the residential school system and the ongoing impacts it has on survivors, family members, and communities. For more than 150 years, over 150,000 children were kidnapped from their families and communities and placed in residential schools. Many never made it home. But despite irrefutable evidence supporting this history, many people, including some parliamentarians, continue to deny or downplay the impacts of this genocidal system. That is why this week I tabled Bill C-413 to end residential school denialism and protect the stories of survivors. This Orange Shirt Day, I send my love and support to all survivors of residential school, their families and their communities. May you be wrapped in the love and tenderness on this very important day.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, today I rise to speak to the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Truth, because we need to create strong bonds between human beings, between nations, between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, but that is impossible if we do not cast light on every aspect of history so that we put an end to secrecy and the pain caused by lies. And we need to bring people together because while reconciliation is a principle here, we also need to go even further than that, because reconciliation means bringing union back where it used to exist but was then broken. So we need to re-solidify these bonds. We need to turn towards each other. We need to get to know each other's deepest souls and become one once again, as though we shared the same blood flowing in our veins. And thus, using this light cast on the tragedies of the past, we will turn towards a better future. Thank you. Let us always remember.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
CTV News aired a segment that deliberately misrepresented comments made by the leader of the official opposition. On the eve of a confidence vote, CTV edited together out-of-sequence phrases to create a lie to protect their massive government subsidies and to protect a failing prime minister. CTV manufactured a false narrative about the common-sense conservative confidence vote. They desperately tried to avoid reporting the vote was about the urgent need for a carbon tax election. Canadians deserve fairness and accuracy and accountability in news, but CTV showed a complete disregard for basic journalistic integrity and ethics. This was not an accident or a misunderstanding. This is another example of the media's shameful anti-conservative bias. Just look at the excuses made by the heavily subsidized PMO stenographers at the Toronto Star. So take a note. Deliberate misinformation and lies will be called out and condemned. After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up for the bought and paid for media bias.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, we recognize that mainstream media is a fundamental pillar to Canada's democracy, Mr. Speaker. We have the leader of the Conservative Party and his puppets talking down mainstream media. Mr. Speaker, this is of a great danger, and Canadians do deserve a more accountable official opposition. They now say that they're going to boycott CTV. They discredit CBC all the time. 2 national TV networks, Mr. Speaker, all in favor of being able to spread their misinformation through social media. I say shame on them, Mr. Speaker, for not representing Canadians through our national media outlets. What have you got to hide? The Conservative agenda, that's what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. Misinformation, and it's to the detriment of all Canadians.
Well, before we move on, I just wanted to that there are a number of things. Puppets is one of those issues that we tend not to use. Earlier we used sellout, so there's a number of false titles that we've been using. So I want to make sure that everybody stays away from those false titles today during question period. Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The Civil NDP government, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, time's up. This Prime Minister wasn't afraid his carbon tax scam made Canadians poorer. He's not even afraid this carbon tax scam does nothing for the environment. He's not afraid that this carbon tax scam will blow a $34 billion hole in our GDP. If this Prime Minister is so sure about his carbon tax scam, why is he so afraid of a carbon tax election now?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the ridiculous comments continue. As I have said many, many times, 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back. It works directly inverse to income, so that those that actually are most vulnerable get much more money back than they actually pay. That is something that's been validated by 300 economists in this country. I have invited the Leader of the Opposition to talk to those economists. He has steadfastly refused because what he is doing is simply making up facts. He has no plan to address the climate crisis. He has no plan for the future of the economy in Canada. It is an enormous shame that the official opposition can't do better than that.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The minister has selective reading. If he read the PBO's report and flipped a few pages over, he would see that a majority of Canadians pay more into this tax than what they get back. And here's another fact for him. They have a push people into poverty plan because 2 million Canadians are going to a food bank in a single month, 1 million more projected to this year, a third of which are children. And for the first time, 1 in 4 Canadians are skipping meals in this country. How is the Prime Minister okay starving kids with his carbon tax scam, but too scared to call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the honourable member is using false facts, and I would be more than happy to sit with him to actually walk him through the PBO report and the report of the 300 economists. But beyond the fact that—
Order. I can't hear any of that exchange. So I want to keep the noise to a minimum. Today would be great. The Honourable Minister can start from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet again, there are false facts being put forward. I would be very happy to sit with the honourable member and walk him through the PBO report, walk him through the 300 economist report that actually shows that 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back. But I would say beyond the misleading statements in this House, the hypocrisy is amazing. Every member on that side of the House ran in an election to put a price on pollution. Many of them, including the Leader of the Opposition, ran in 2008 under Stephen Harper, putting a price on pollution. The member for Pitt Meadows worked in the BC government when they put a price on pollution. The hypocrisy.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
That minister is more interested in sitting with politicians than sitting with Canadians who will tell them that his carbon tax scam is sending them to the food banks. Their own department shows that 25% of Canadians are going to go into a food bank, and their radical plan is to quadruple the carbon tax scam. Can you imagine what the food bank lines are going to be when that happens? Before the Prime Minister starves even more Canadians and quadruples his carbon tax scam, why doesn't he show some balls, call a carbon tax election, and let—
I'm going to ask the honourable member to retract that last comment. Retract it. Thank you.
I retract the last comment.
Is anyone going to— the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a disservice to Canadians to say things in this House that are simply not true, and that's what the honourable member is doing each and every day. 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back. It is the most vulnerable in our society that actually are much better off because of the price on pollution while fighting climate change. It is the most vulnerable that he is targeting. He is looking to make poor people in this country poorer. Shame on the Conservative Party of Canada.
The honourable member for Belge-Chemin-Lévis. Everything is backwards. The Bloc is saving the Liberal Party after calling it every name in the book. And then they're supporting this government's spending and for more public servants and for killing forestry jobs. The Bloc Liberal coalition needs to vote for our non-confidence motion. We want the House to be dissolved. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've already seen this. It's déjà vu. We've already had this conversation, and this time I would solemnly ask the member to be clear with respect to the hidden agenda of the Conservative Party to lay off tens of thousands of public servants in my community, in hers, and across Canada. I would like her to be very clear and specific with the number of cuts that they expect to make. The honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis. The Bloc Liberal coalition has the same comment, the same track sheet. doubling of the debt, 50% of young people living from paycheck to paycheck, and roughly 3/4 think that the previous generations had better chance for financial success than they did. 2 million Canadians are going to food banks. This is the Bloc Liberal track sheet. Can the Bloc allow Canadians to trigger an election and decide right now? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member knows full well that triggering an election would be possibly denying a government who only is focused on insults, mistrust, and austerity. They just want to talk about the price on carbon. It's not surprising why 8 out of 10 Canadian families receive more, because the richer pay more and poorer people pay less. And incomes are just redistributed to all these families so that middle-class families and poor pay less than what they receive. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. The Bloc Québécois has given an ultimatum on behalf of seniors. October 29th is the deadline to stop depriving seniors aged 64 to 74 years of age. We need to help all seniors and stop age-based discrimination. It'll be the end to these two classes of seniors. It may also be the end to the Liberal government. Will the government finally correct this injustice and enhance OAS for all seniors? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the Manicouagan riding, a very lovely riding, there are over 7,800 seniors that are eligible for the federal dental care program, and that member voted against it. It's very consistent also because she also voted against the increase in the GIS and the lowering of the retirement age to 65. But now she's being less consistent. But I need to know why she votes systematically against seniors. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. The Liberals should know that for retirees, pensions aren't a joke. Being partisanship with OAS is also being partisan with the cost of living and the quality of life of our seniors. The Liberals are wrong if they think they're going to push seniors aside with seniors in the House. They need to adjust pension levels. It's a serious question, and so should the answer be. Will the government increase OAS for those aged 65 to 74? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't end here. In fact, all that this government was able to do to decrease poverty in our seniors, we did so with opposition from who? The Bloc. They systematically opposed any assistance offered to our seniors, and often the most vulnerable seniors in Canada. I'll give you another example. 50,000 housing units for seniors involving $1.5 million for the Rent Protection Fund. Well, the Bloc voted against that, Mr. Speaker.
Indigenous peoples across Canada are still dying at the hands of the police and RCMP. Just this week, a First Nations man from Saskatchewan was killed. And instead of acting, this government wants another study on policing. Studies won't save lives. We need action now, like an Indigenous-led crisis response team. The Liberals need to stop delaying. Why does this government refuse to act to save Indigenous people's lives?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for raising this issue. Obviously, any death by police is tragic, and the systemic racism that Indigenous peoples face in the criminal justice system is also a tragedy. This is something we know. We are putting together, and we have worked on a number of measures. There is definitely more to do. I appreciate the suggestion that the member has made, and we will continue to work on this to ensure that everybody is safe. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, with the rise of residential school denialism, survivors and their families and communities need protection, especially when there's members of Parliament, including the leader of the Conservative Party, who fundraise with residential school denying think tanks like Frontier Centre. Mr. Speaker, willfully promoting hatred against Indigenous people through residential school denialism has no place in Canada. So will the Liberal government support my bill to end this hate and protect the stories of survivors?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her question. And when I think about my family members who attended the Indian residential school in Shubenacadie, knowing full well that 1 in 25 children who went to residential schools didn't come home, it's shameful that anyone would deny that the residential schools happen and its impact on Canadians. Our government is going to continue to create awareness. Our government is going to continue to support healing. Our government is going to continue to address past wrongs. We're committed to that.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, we know that taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. David Eby has flip-flopped on the carbon tax in time for his provincial election. This means both parties contending for government want to axe the tax before winter. Like it has with so many provinces, this NDP Liberal government will simply impose a federal carbon tax on British Columbia. The NDP should end their costly coalition with the Prime Minister and vote non-confidence on Tuesday. If he's so confident about a 61 cent a litre tax, why won't the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have said a number of times, 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back than they pay. It works directly inverse to income. I would be more than happy to sit with my friend across the way to walk him through the 300 economists that actually validate that assertion. With respect to Premier Eby, I agree with his concern around affordability. He actually took a bunch of the revenue and used it in general revenue. That is not something the federal government does. We return the money to Canadians. 8 out of 10 get more money back. It is an affordability measure and an efficient way to fight climate change.
The Honourable Member of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
I like that the minister dumped on David Eby, but they just don't get it, Mr. Speaker. How much more expensive everything in British Columbia has become under David Eby and this NDP Liberal government. Right. Food is up 29%, transportation up 23%, natural gas up 49%, gasoline up 45%, rented homes up 23%, owned homes up 29%. British Columbians need a change. If it's truly the people's time, as the federal NDP leader likes to say, the NDP must end their costly coalition with the Prime Minister so we can have a carbon tax election. Why are they so afraid, Mr. Speaker, of a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, I find it very interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative Party of Canada is campaigning on behalf of Mr. Rustad and the Conservative Party of BC. I guess they share his views on anti-vaxxation, his denial of climate change, and a range of other things, including very ludicrous stories about coming from the internet about eating bugs. So this is something that maybe perhaps has infected our friends across the way.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
This NDP Liberal coalition has failed Saskatchewan. Scott Moe is right. Besides the heavy cost of the carbon tax on consumers, the NDP Liberal carbon tax is costing Saskatchewan's health and education systems $380 million by 2030. That's money that could be used to get more teachers, doctors, and nurses in our province. The NDP is delusional if they don't end their costly coalition on Tuesday. This Prime Minister knows his carbon tax plan is a failure and Canadians want him gone. Is that why he's so afraid to call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
As I say, Mr. Speaker, this is an affordability mechanism where 8 out of 10 families get more money back, and it's the poorest, the most vulnerable who actually get the most back. But I would actually encourage the member across the way to go and have a conversation with her Premier, Scott Moe, who actually said when he looked at the price on pollution and all the alternatives, all of the other alternatives are too expensive. And so Scott Moe's solution, which I guess is the Conservative Party's solution, is essentially to do nothing to fight climate change.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. I'm proud of our Premier Scott Moe and standing up to the NDP and Liberals as they attack Saskatchewan, stripping $6 billion out of our economy over the next 6 years, reducing our GDP by 1.5%. I agree with Moe. This NDP Liberal coalition must go. This Prime Minister knows his carbon tax plan is a complete failure. Is that why he's so afraid to call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to take the opportunity here to point out that tomorrow is Safe Access to Abortion Day and to reaffirm that on this side of the House, we always stand up for a woman's right to choose. We're investing in reproductive health across this country. Unlike the Conservatives, who are, to this day, still greenlighting candidates who want to make abortion illegal in this country.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years, violent crime is up 50% in this country, and sexual assaults are up 75% in Canada. A serial rapist in Edmonton was released on April, only 4 years after he sexually assaulted 5 women. Wow. Earlier this year, a child sex abuser was allowed out on bail. A warrant was issued for his arrest, and at that time, he allegedly sexually abused another child, Mr. Speaker. Bail and parole in this country are ruined under the Liberals and their NDP supporters. When will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election and finally put the rights of victims first, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, gender-based violence has always been a problem. Many women in this House know this viscerally. When the Conservatives were in power, many sexual assaults were considered unfounded. They weren't even counted, and that has changed, Mr. Speaker. We listen to women now, and on this side of the House, for the first time ever, we have a government finally doing something about it. We've got a national action plan, $500 million rolling out across the country. The Conservatives oppose these measures. Their hidden agenda is not so hidden.
The member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, that member voted for Bill C-5, which allowed house arrest for sexual assault, Mr. Speaker. They also supported Bill C-75, which made it easier for repeat violent offenders, including rapists, to get bail. That's their record that the NDP supported every step of the way. When will they call a carbon tax election so we can finally stop the crime in this country, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's incredibly disturbing to see the member opposite talk about violence against women and then bring in their slogan of carbon tax election. It just shows how disingenuous Conservatives are when it comes to violence against women. And if they truly care about protecting women, then they should support our position on moving forward to get guns that were designed for the battlefield off our streets. As we know, women are disproportionately affected by gun violence, and it's a shame that Conservatives serve the gun lobby ahead of women.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. October 29th is an ultimatum for supply management. Yesterday, Senators once again took our Bill C-282 off the agenda, which protects farmers. The Senate has been paralyzing this all-party bill for a year now. The Liberals should ask themselves if they want to put their electoral fate in the hands of some unelected senators. Are they going to call the Senate and make it understand that if C-282 doesn't pass, we're going to an election? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have made calls, and I would encourage my colleague to do the same. We are a government that always defends supply management, and we know that Conservatives in the past failed in the face of American negotiators, and we have stood up for farmers, and we're always going to stand up to defend supply management. Honourable Member for Montcalm. All parties should denounce the fact that senators think they're elected representatives and are thus paralyzing the will of the House to protect farmers. But the Liberals have one more reason, because their electoral fate depends on it. And it's unelected senators that have given themselves the right to decide for them. So we're extending the invitation to the Liberals and sharing it with the other parties. Will they put pressure on the Senate to respect democracy and finally adopt Bill C-282, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also encourage my colleague once again to not try to convince people here, because we're already convinced. They need to make calls to the other House. our government has always defended supply management and will always do so. We gave $5 billion, in fact, to protect our dairy producers and poultry producers. We have supported them, and our government has always defended supply management and will always do so. And I would encourage the bloc member to call the other place.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. According to Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe, the carbon tax will cost the province's education system $204 million and the healthcare system $175 million.
Unbelievable.
That's because schools and hospitals need heat and electricity during the cold Saskatchewan winter. When will the NDP Liberals break up their costly coalition and call a carbon tax election?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like the Conservative Party of Canada, Premier Moe in Saskatchewan has no effective plan to address climate change and no effective plan to build an economy that's going to be strong in the future. We have designed the price on pollution in a manner that addresses affordability concerns and, in fact, helps with affordability concerns with those most vulnerable in our society. We have built the most comprehensive climate plan in the world. We are on track to achieve the emissions reductions. This is progress, Mr. Speaker. At some point, the climate-denying Conservatives on the other side need to get with the program, recognize the reality of climate change, and embed that in environmental and economic policy.
Honourable Member for Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan hospitals, schools, and municipalities are struggling to provide services to people because of the NDP Liberal government keeps raising the carbon tax. In fact, the government of Saskatchewan estimates that the carbon tax will take $6 billion out of the province's economy by the end of the decade. That's money that could be used to hire doctors, nurses, and teachers. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's sad to see, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives denying the need for climate action, given businesses are hurting right now. Climate damages are leading to economic losses of $25 billion per year and will quadruple by mid-century. That's real incentive to act, and industry and businesses demand it. The Conservatives can no longer deny the economic realities of climate change and hide behind their fanciful, little, empty, self-serving slogans.
Yeah, nice and said.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 painful years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up, and we're all fed up. While this NDP Liberal government claims the carbon tax impact on Canadians' economy is minimal, the Parliamentary Budget Officer reveals the true cost to the economy will soar into the billions by 2030. It is time the NDP end their costly collation with the Prime Minister on Tuesday. If the Prime Minister is so convinced his carbon tax is good, why is he so afraid to call a carbon tax election?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would commend the honourable member on actually getting the various taglines correct, and I'm sure the gold star will actually be on the board in the Conservative Party. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I would invite folks on the other side of the House to actually look at the facts. 300 economists in this country have validated the fact that 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back. And we have seen that putting a price on pollution is an effective way to reduce emissions. Carbon emissions are down in this country. We're on track to achieve our climate goals, and we are moving forward to build an economy that will be strong, create economic opportunity for Canadians in every province and territory.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal government, young Quebecers are suffering. The cost of living is strangling them. They live from paycheck to paycheck, and they can't save. The Bloc can no longer justify keeping the centralizing inflationary Prime Minister in power. It is an injustice to Quebecers and doesn't help young people. The Bloc, can it finally help Quebecers instead of imposing poverty on them rather than propping up this Liberal Prime Minister? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's because we're taking care of Canadians that we've established many measures to help them, to allow them to get through these tougher times. For example, the CCB, it puts an extra $7,000 in the pockets of families, and when the child is aged between 6 and 17 years of age, they're getting more than last year. So we're going to continue to be there to support families. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous people make up 5% of Edmonton's population, and yet between 55 and 65% of unhoused people are Indigenous. Instead of building homes to solve the crisis, the Liberals are delaying action. Not one single home has been built through the urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy. And as the Liberals delay, we know that the Conservatives would just cut these crucial programs and give the money to luxury developers. Why are the Liberals denying Indigenous peoples a safe place to call home right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, decades of underinvestment and discrimination means that there is a tremendous lack of safe, affordable housing and housing supports for Indigenous peoples across this country. We've taken action to support Indigenous peoples in urban, rural, and northern communities to build strong, healthy communities. In our efforts to close this gap, we've increased our funding on reserve for housing by 1,300%. We've supported the construction, renovation, and retrofit of over 36,000 homes, with 23,000 completed. We will not stop, Mr. Speaker. We're focused on results. Following the lead of Indigenous partners is creating tangible, lasting Indigenous-led solutions to close this gap.
The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, toxic drugs continue to kill people's loved ones in northern BC at an alarming rate, and First Nations families are disproportionately affected. In Terrace, the rate of death from toxic drugs is the second highest in our province. The Northern First Nations Alliance has been pushing for years for more detox and treatment capacity so people don't have to travel to the Lower Mainland for services. The Alliance has urged this Liberal government to help. Why hasn't the government acted?
The Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, there is no community that has been left untouched by the illegal toxic drug supply. It has been a tragedy for so many communities that are losing their loved ones, and we know that Indigenous communities are disproportionately affected. And we've answered that call of listening to communities, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2024 with the Emergency Transfer Fund, which will be launched shortly to work directly with community to address the overdose crisis. We know that communities need help. We've been there for them with over $1 billion in investments to date, and we will continue to do the work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, owner-operator rules for Canada's Atlantic fishery are a bedrock institution, as they once were for the West Coast, before the Conservative Party eliminated it in favour of big corporate fishing fleets. These rules protect independent fishers and the livelihoods of fishing families. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans inform this House and fishers on the government's commitment to protecting the owner-operator policy from those in this chamber who would gut this policy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend for his question and for his advocacy for protecting owner-operator policies in Atlantic Canada and Quebec. Our government remains firmly committed to strengthening Canada's owner-operating rules as part of the mandatory review of the Fisheries Act. But get a load of this, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Conservatives obstructed this review and left us wondering if they have a plan, a secret plan for gutting owner-operator once and for all. So let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. We won't stand for that. We won't let schemes, scams, and hidden plans work. The Conservatives are out of time on this one.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The Federal Housing Agency's latest report proved again the Liberal photo-op housing policy is not building homes. The report shows housing starts are declining in major cities like Vancouver, Toronto, and Ottawa. You see it with more tent encampments and more people sleeping on the streets. On Tuesday, the NDP Liberals must end their costly coalition with the Prime Minister. Will they?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, she ought to look at the CMHC report that she just referenced a bit more closely. In major Canadian cities, like Montreal, for example, rental construction is up by 106%, in fact, in that community. Right. I'd also point out that the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is the waiving of GST on the costs for rental construction. That is, as we speak, putting more supply into the market. In order to bring costs down, we need more supply, but they're not in favor of that measure. She talks about encampments. The Conservatives oppose everything this government has done to lower the number of encampments in this country.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, last week the NDP voted to declare a housing crisis, and yet the NDP continues to vote confidence in the Liberals. After 9 years, housing costs have doubled. It now takes 30 years to save for the average home. There are thousands of tent encampments. Chronic homelessness increased 38% since 2018, and veterans are living on the streets. There are nowhere near the number of homes being built to bring back housing affordability to Canadians. Next Tuesday, will the NDP Liberals let Canadians decide on a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the member talks about increasing supply of housing. I point out that the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is the signature program of this government to increase supply, incents zoning changes at the local level. Restrictive zoning is the single biggest impediment to getting more supply on the market. What did this government do? We've put forward funding for housing, for infrastructure, and in exchange, communities need to make zoning changes. Almost 200 have done exactly that. That member voted against it, not just in general terms, but for her own community of Kelowna. On top of that, she's voted against homelessness funding for her community in Kelowna. She's not serious.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 280 forestry workers, 280 of them, have just learned they're going to lose their jobs just before Christmas. 160 in Mauricie, 120 in the Outaouais area. Our thoughts are with the families who've been dealt this terrible blow. And what's happening here in Ottawa? We have a Liberal government that's being propped up by the Bloc, and they're holding this threat over forestry workers. Mr. Speaker, is there a single minister who can stand up here and say that order is a good idea when the industry is suffering? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to anyone who loses their job. We're very disappointed that the U.S. Has increased their unjustifiable tariffs on Canadian softwood. Those unfair and unjustifiable tariffs will hurt consumers on both sides of the border and will have a negative impact on workers and their communities. Mr. Speaker, we will always stand up for the softwood lumber industry here in Canada and Quebec. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, with answers like that, you see the results. So, Mr. Speaker, I can't get over it. The Bloc has renewed its confidence in the Liberal government this week and probably will again next week. They say they wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. Well, there's no doubt about what this order is going to do. There are 1,400 people who might lose their job because of the Liberal forestry order. Is there anyone here in this place who will say that it's a good idea to impose that order when the forestry industry is currently suffering in Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague says that he's hesitant to support that position because clearly most Quebecers are concerned. They're worried about Conservative cuts. So my colleague will have to explain to the Bloc why the Bloc should align itself with them when they want to undermine women's rights, they want to deny climate change, and they want to turn their backs on the middle class at critical times like around housing. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. There's a lot of political game playing going on about sharing the load of asylum seekers. Everyone's going to have to get their act together. Quebec's capacity to accommodate has been exceeded. Our public services are overwhelmed, and more asylum seekers are living in inhumanely precarious conditions. If we don't share the burden or refuse to take part, we will be responsible for a humanitarian crisis. The federal government promised to do that, and the provinces said they would do their fair share. What are they going to do now to resolve the impasse? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Immigration is a cooperative and collaborative file. And it's clear that the Government of Canada has a role to play, a cooperative role to play. And the good news is things are going well and they're getting better. And in recent days, there was people got ahead of themselves saying that nothing had changed. That's not true. Lots has moved on this file. Lots of details. A letter was sent by the federal government to Mr. Legault spelling out all the things the federal government had done. The honourable member, while everyone is assigning blame, Quebec is still racking up thousands more asylum seekers every month to an already overcapacity situation. The federal government lacks leadership, and some provinces are lacking in humanity, but Quebec's problems are getting worse. For years now, Quebecers have been taking a disproportionate share of Canada's asylum seekers, while Canada has been shirking its responsibilities. Quebecers are tired of being the only ones doing their share. When will Canada finally do its part? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Here's an example, Mr. Speaker, of things to fix, things that have been fixed. For example, there's been a 75% drop in applicants, and the number of applicants at the Trudeau Airport has gone down by 70%. The number of asylum applications has gone down by 42% since February, and the share of asylum seekers in Quebec versus the rest of the country has gone from 40% down to 29% since February. That's the type of numbers that everyone should be paying heed to.
This NDP Liberal government has failed Canadians when it comes to wildfire mitigation. In Jasper, a third of the town went up in flames. Thousands are now left homeless and nearing $1 billion in devastation. Even with that result, this radical environment minister had the audacity to call it a success. People in Jasper are demanding answers for how this happened under this minister's authority. Mr. Speaker, was it negligence, incompetence, or both?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, we're seeing that Canada is warming 5 times faster than other countries. The damage from extreme weather events in Canada is more than $175 million per year. But our environmental plan reduces emission and puts more money in the hands of 8 out of 10 Canadians. Climate change is real, and the Conservatives don't have a plan, and it's shameful.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
I guess blaming climate change is easier than to admit to incompetence. In 2017, the former MP for Yellowhead gave warnings. For years, the mayor and forestry experts warned that a devastating wildfire in Jasper was inevitable without action. This radical environment minister knew it was coming and still chose to do nothing. Now a third of the town is gone, thousands are homeless, and nearly $1 billion in damage. Mr. Speaker, will the minister personally apologize to the people of Jasper for his failure?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only, as my colleague said, does Canada actually have a comprehensive plan to address and mitigate carbon emissions that cause climate change, but we've also invested significantly in climate adaptation to ensure that we are taking the steps to do what we can to prevent significant impacts from the climate change that is already with us. Certainly, Parks Canada has been part of that. They are a leader in the context of managing the parks on a climate adaptation basis, and I think it's just reprehensible that he's throwing the officials from Parks Canada under the bus.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, an email obtained from the Environment Minister's Department revealed a senior official was questioning the political optics of forest management practices that prevent wildfires. The email stated, "At what point do we make the organizational decision to cancel planned prescribed burns in Western Canada? Political perception may become more important than actual prescription windows." End quote. Why were the political optics more important than forest management to the minister months before Jasper wildfires?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what the members opposite are doing is absolutely shameful. As the Minister of Environment explained to this House yesterday, they are taking an email out of context, and now that official is facing death threats. Mr. Speaker, what happened in Jasper is a national tragedy, but it is a result of climate change. If the members opposite want to get to the bottom of this, they should start by recognizing that climate change is real. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, here and around the world, tourism is not only a driver of economic development, it's also a matter of pride. Pride in being able to showcase our beautiful, magnificent country to the world. And it brings together people from other parts of the world, creating bonds of friendship and cooperation. So it's not surprising that tourism contributes $43 billion a year to our GDP and 2 million jobs. Can the Minister of Tourism tell us how our government is encouraging tourism to support the people who work in it? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. World Tourism Day is an opportunity. Just a minute.
I just want to say, we were doing really good up to that point. And we're only a few questions to the end of question period, so let's just get to the end of it. Let's just... Shh. I'll resume. You know what? I'm standing up. And when I'm standing up, honourable members are supposed to be listening to the chair.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. World Tourism Day is an opportunity to highlight the pride, inclusiveness, and contribution of tourism to the economy. Last week at the G20 Tourism Summit, I had a chance to talk with various world leaders about the importance of the tourism industry and the challenges it faces. Tourism is threatened by climate change. Contrary to the Conservatives who don't believe in fighting climate change or that climate change even exists, our government not only invests in tourism, but we're also fighting against climate change, which is real, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, time's up, and now carbon tax Carney is waiting in the wings, advising the Liberal leader and getting richer with every new Liberal policy announcement, like the Liberals' recent increase on mortgage insurance limits. Higher limits won't build houses, but they will increase profits for mortgage insurance companies like Sagen, whose parent company's board is chaired by Mark Carney. When will the government force Carney to disclose his conflicts of interest?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
There they go on personal attacks, Mr. Speaker. You know what they say about those who engage in personal attacks? They have no meaningful ideas to offer. They should talk to the insurance sector. They should talk to the mortgage sector. They should talk to the home building sector about the challenges facing the country and what this government has done. The recent changes that he puts forward, that he raises today on mortgages are meaningful. They will add to supply. We have measures to increase supply more generally. We have encampments that we are working to lower in this country, municipalities and not-for-profits. We will continue the work. They will continue to say nothing.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, when Canadians have problems with their online MyCRA accounts, they have no choice but to contact the ministry by telephone. And here's what typically happens. When they call the CRA's toll-free number, more often than not, they are greeted by a recorded message telling them the line is full and to try again later. When they do get through, they are frequently put on hold for as much as 4 hours, which can then end when the phone line simply goes dead. Several entire days can be consumed in this stressful exercise. Now, Mr. Speaker, this problem was identified by the Auditor General in 2018. But if anything, it seems to be getting worse. Why is it not being fixed after 6 years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to recognize the hard work that CRA employees do every day in and out, and we will get back to the member on the specifics of his question.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's why I filled out a late show form in advance. Mr. Speaker, to provide advice on how best to reopen the prison farm at Joyceville near Kingston, Correctional Services of Canada appointed a prison farm advisory panel. The panel's advice was to add a cow dairy program. One result of this advice has been the purchase of cattle from members of the very same advisory panel. Another result has been the construction of a $16 million taxpayer-funded barn to house them. This is such an obvious conflict of interest that the minister owes us an explanation. Why did he allow the purchase of cows from members of the advisory panel?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not a surprise from the member opposite that he does not believe in the training programs for inmates that we know reduce recidivism. Mr. Speaker, it's pretty clear that not everybody had come comes from a position of privilege and has been able to access education and training. But we know when it comes to keeping communities safe that it is providing education and training for inmates that will keep our communities safe into the future.
Just going to wait a second. I'm just going to wait a second. I'm just going to wait a second for the side conversations to end before going to the Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the leader of the Conservative Party called out our pharmacare plan as radical, and he's continued to downplay the significance and the impact of the Canadian Dental Care Plan so far. It has already helped over 750,000 Canadians, and it is projected to help 9 million people by the end of 2025. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health please explain why it is so important to maintain public health care?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Speaker. The only thing radical about opposition leaders' ideas is his plans to cut Canadians' pensions and health care. He has shown again and again his true colors. He won't stand up for protecting universal health care for all Canadians. What does the Conservative leader mean when he says radical pharmacare? It means he does not want to see universal health care protected in our country. It means that he would stop 9 million women from gaining access to free contraceptives. He would take away dental care from uninsured Canadians, and he would cut coverage for 3.5 million people living with diabetes. We will not let him do that.
Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, as we witness the tragic escalation of violence in Israel, Gaza, and now Lebanon, Canada has abandoned decades of world leadership to sitting on the sidelines. Now with thousands of airstrikes on Lebanese civilians, hundreds killed, including 2 Canadians, and thousands wounded, what will it take for Canada to find the courage to stand up to Netanyahu? Parliament has called for a ceasefire, to stop sending arms to the region, and to help all those displaced with assistance. When will the Liberals take action to save lives instead of spewing empty words?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his question. And he gives us an opportunity to recognize 2 Canadians who were innocent, who were killed, trying to flee from violence in Lebanon. I particularly name Hussein and Dad Tabaja. It's a tragedy which is ongoing in the whole Middle East. And Canada has continually called for a ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel, between Israel and Hamas. We will continue to do everything diplomatically possible to work with allies, to work with like-minded countries, and to express Canadians' concern about this tragedy which is ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the Prime Minister and Premier of Quebec proudly announced a record multi-billion-dollar subsidy for the Swedish company Northvolt. More and more Quebecers and Canadians are now worried by news that the company is in serious difficulty with the loss of over 1,600 jobs, cash flow problems, and the suspension of expansion plans. Can the Prime Minister tell us how much taxpayer money is at stake? Does the federal government have any guarantees to protect us in the event the Montérégie project in Quebec does not go ahead? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
For the question, our government is very proud of the anchor generational investments that we've helped to incentivize and bring into the Canadian economy. The Northvolt project is one of many, but it's an important one. I can assure the member that no federal funding has gone out. The minister has made that clear, and that there's flexibility with Northvolt. We know that the Northvolt project is important, and we look forward to the revised plans and working through ensuring that that project continues and contributes to the EV supply chain here in Canada. Thank you.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. We have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during member statements today, the member for Calgary Heritage used a personal insult towards the leader of the NDP. Mr. Speaker, we're doing this again. Insults and name-calling are clearly against our rules. Yesterday, the Speaker made a ruling to that effect and has called on the Leader of the Opposition to withdraw and to apologize for similar comments. Not only is the Leader of the Opposition ignoring the Speaker and disrespecting the entire House of Commons by doing so, but the lack of meaningful consequences has now given license to other members to follow his lead. I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that you did bring up a comment after the fact, but the statement was read in full and is made it into the Hansard. This member needs to be asked to withdraw and to apologize.
Thank the honourable member, and of course afterwards I didn't catch it, and I guess I'm not perfect. And I did mention that using false titles is not allowed in this chamber. So we'll go back and look at it to see what exactly the words were used, and we'll come back to the House. Anybody else? Okay. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting of petitions. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present e-petition 4938, which has gathered more than 9,500 signatures from people across the country. And the petitioners call on the House to oppose that portion of Liberal Bill C-65, which would move the election date up to 1 week later. This seemingly innocent change would guarantee pensions for current members of Parliament who were first elected in 2019 and who are still serving, even if they choose not to run again, or if they run and don't win the next election. And the petitioners think that this is irresponsible use of taxpayer dollars, and I agree with that. I congratulate them for working on this petition, and I'm happy to present it. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, l'honorable député de Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a certificate for an e-petition that gathered 1,263 signatures. The petition asks that the Government of Canada consider making a full public commitment in 2024 to assuming oversight, management, and funding of the Last Post Fund's National Field of Honor in view of the cemetery's unique national significance and as called for by the Last Post Fund itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of presenting petitions signed by over 1,500 people who identify three key things: that harm reduction strategies have failed to decrease opioid use, that such strategies have fostered illegal drug resale, increased crime, and encouraged youth addiction, and safe injection sites threaten public safety in host communities, with some being placed next to schools and public parks. They call for two things from the Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker. One, to reform or abolish the safer supply strategy and safe injection sites, and focus federal funding on strategies that actually break the cycle of addiction and supports community safety. I thank all those for their ongoing advocacy to make sure that our kids are safe and our communities are safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a petition today from residents in my community and surrounding area. And the petitioners reference, after 9 years of the current government, Canada going through the worst decline in living standards in the last 40 years. It references the government's high tax policies and references the job-killing taxes that are affecting many Canadians, creating smaller paychecks. And the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to first overhaul the tax system to make taxes low, simple, and fair. Second, reduce the share of taxes paid by the poor and middle class. Third, cut tax-funded corporate welfare and crack down on overseas tax havens. And last, cut the paperwork and bureaucracy in the tax system by at least 20%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions. Presentation of petition. Seeing none. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
There you go. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on a privileged motion concerning the alleged failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer, and on the amendment of Mr. Berthoud.
Before we get started, we have a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising in accordance to Standing Order 18 in relation to the point made by the member of Winnipeg South Centre after question period yesterday. The member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes heckled me asking if I received a thank you letter from Hezbollah. Members of the Conservative Party in this House have repeatedly maligned me personally using unparliamentary language over the past several days. Mr. Speaker, as a Jew and as an Israeli Canadian, this is abhorrent. Like many Canadians, I, like many Canadians in this country, are witnessing the war in the Middle East and watching our loved ones being impacted on both sides of the border. To make such disparaging personal comments while my family and so many are suffering during this horrific war on either side and who are under constant threat of rocket fire is beyond shameful. I have dedicated my life's work to bridging between peoples, to bring peace into the region and a pathway so that people can live in safety and security in the Middle East, particularly Israelis and Palestinians who live in the region. We come to this House every single day to do the work for Canadians, to make their lives better, and be a force of good on the international stage. The member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes diminishes himself. He diminishes this House, and I'm requesting that he withdraw his comments from question period yesterday and apologize. The House and Canadians deserve better than this. They don't deserve bullies like this in the House, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Member for the intervention. We'll, of course, look at that and come back to the Chamber as quickly as possible. And I believe when we left debate on the privilege motion, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's had 8 minutes left in his debate before going to the 10 minutes of questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
The Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader suggested 9. I'll take that if he'll give it to me. Mr. Speaker, thank you again. I will summarize where we are. We're debating the Speaker's ruling on the privilege motion where the Prime Minister's Department, the PCO, redacted documents against the House order to provide documents with regard to the Liberal Green Slush Fund to the Law Clerk and transfer them to the RCMP for investigation. And where I left off was in the middle of discussing the various conflicts of interest of various directors. And you'll recall I was talking about the director, André-Lise Matot, who owns a company called Cycle Capital, whose companies have received $250 million both before and during her time on the Green Slush Fund board, whose lobbyist before he went into this House is the current radical Minister of the Environment. In his time as the lobbyist for Cycle Capital, after lobbying 25 times in his last year before entering this House, the PMO and the Industry Department, they received over $100 million in Green Slush Fund money to Cycle Capital. And shockingly, he still owns shares on that, even though this government, and as a cabinet minister, he participated in discussions that gave the Green Slush Fund another $750 million, of which over a quarter of all the money has gone to that company. He still owns shares in it. He hasn't disclosed what they're worth, but, you know he's familiar with orange jumpsuits, yes. But I think this needs to be explored more by the RCMP, and hopefully the documents will show that when they're transferred. Mm-hmm. Now, I will speak also about another board member appointed, handpicked by this Prime Minister, Guy Ouimet, who has admitted in committee that $17 million of Green Slush Fund money went to companies he has a financial interest in. Now, he said it's a small amount of money. It may be a small amount of money to him, but it isn't to most Canadians. And that amount of money, he admitted, had gone up 1 1,000%. 1,000% in value since that investment was made in 2019. It pays to be a Liberal insider. Now, I'll bring your attention to another director, a fellow named Steve Kukucher from British Columbia. Steve Kukucher was, guess what, a political staffer to former Liberal Environment Minister Anderson. And he was the organizer for the Liberal Party for this Prime Minister in British Columbia, and as a reward, they put him on the Green Slush Fund board. And surprisingly, we have another Liberal on the board whose companies that he had a financial interest in of almost $5 million on his time on the board, the companies he had a financial in received from the very board he was serving on. He said they were small amounts of money, but in committee, unlike Mr. Humet, he didn't have the courage to say how much the value of his investments have gone up, and that's why these documents need to be produced and why these directors need to be investigated. We all know about Annette Verschuren. So let me talk to you a bit about one of the funds that was established, or one of the processes that they established. They established something called accelerators, and those accelerators were outside organizations that the board hired to vet proposals and make recommendations to the board. Guess who some of those were? An organization called the Verschuren Center at the University of Cape Breton, which is in the name and set up by the chair of the Green Slush Fund. Mars District in Toronto, U of T, you probably know that. Guess who chairs Mars? The chair of the Green Slush Fund, Annette Verschuren. So companies would be screened through organizations board members controlled, and shockingly, their companies got recommended for funding to the board. That's just a pure coincidence. 82% of the transactions that they approved, 9 directors were conflicted with. These directors do not represent 82% of the green technology industry in Canada, yet their companies got 82% of the funding. Strangely, pure coincidence with these hand-picked directors from the Prime Minister. So what we're debating here is this issue of systemic conflict of interest and corruption in this Green Slush Fund. We only know right now about $390 million because there has not been a forensic audit done by the Auditor General. The Auditor General did a sampling of things. The Ethics Commissioner has not investigated any of the other directors other than the one that my colleague from Leeds Grenville asked to be investigated. And when I asked the Ethics Commissioner if he had power to investigate anyone who's a GIC appointment, he said yes. When I asked the Ethics Commissioner why he had not investigated the other 8 GIC appointments put out in the Auditor General's report as having conflicts of interest where money flowed to companies they had an interest in, you know what the Ethics Commissioner said before committee? What would be the point of that? What would be the point of investigating GIC appointments of people who are no longer on the board? That's what the Ethics Commissioner of this institution said. I said, perhaps because we pay you to do that, the taxpayers pay you to root it out, to discover and expose conflicts of interest of GIC appointments by these Liberals, of feather bedding, insiders, funneling money. Perhaps you should do your job for a change. He isn't doing his job. He was shocked that anyone would ask him that. So why is all of this important? Every one of us here is sent here to be very careful at expending and spending the very hard-earned money that Canadians make that we are privileged to oversee. That's an essential part of our job. This organization stuffed their own pockets with taxpayer money. Yet these Liberals are fighting it. They say it's not our role. It's not our role. The taxpayer money was authorized by this Parliament. We oversee, and the Minister of Industry is responsible. For 40 months, he sat there with an ADM in every meeting, this current Minister of the Environment, and did absolutely nothing until it made it into the press. This is corruption like we've never seen in Canada. This is why we've asked for the documents, because they're hiding documents. This is why the Liberals are resisting the hiding of the documents, because they know there's more corruption there with their hand-picked directors. And if we were a private sector institution, we would be turning those documents over to the police to investigate. And that's our job. No, it's not just the police's job to go to the courts to seek that. It's our job to expose the corruption and the things that we've authorized money for in this Parliament. It's our job, and it's time they start caring about it.
Before we go to questions and comments, I would like to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will be reset, and they need to be readjusted in terms of the volume. Now, I would like to recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to the impression, the false impression that the member tries to give, there is a blurring of judicial independence here. The member needs to recognize that the House of Commons that has that supreme authority or power is now saying that we want to get this information in order to hand it over to the RCMP. Even the Auditor General and the RCMP themselves have issues with the direction that the Conservative Party of Canada is taking today. If we were to use the same very principled arguments that the member's attempting to get across, could you imagine what would have happened with the ETS scandal, the Conservative ETS scandal of $400 million, which is, from what I understand, in part still going through the court process. The Conservative Party is directly trying to interfere in a dangerous area, violating the Charter of Rights, amongst other issues.
The Honourable Member for St. Margaret's.
I'm not shocked that the Liberal member from Winnipeg North wants to cover up the corruption by saying it's somebody else's responsibility. It's our responsibility. I know he has spent most of his life in public office, so he may be unfamiliar with how a company works. And how a company works is when they discover that there's been malfeasance by employees, the company's job is to turn that over to the police, to let the police investigate. The company doesn't have to go to court. The company calls in the police. We own this company, taxpayers. We funded this company. It's our job that this member and these Liberals don't seem to accept. It's our job to call in the police when we see corruption in appointments by Liberals into something that is funded by Canadian taxpayers.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for South Shore St. Margaret's. He noted that the minister had to have been aware of this corruption over months that he has been in office, in which millions went out the door, in which there were conflicts of interest. Last week at the Public Accounts Committee, there was bombshell testimony from the whistleblower who characterized this minister's conduct in this matter, among other things, as corrupt and deceitful. Would the member comment on the testimony of the whistleblower and the whistleblower very specifically pointing the finger at the minister?
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a great question. And the whistleblower, two whistleblowers, in fact, have been very brave individuals that have come forward to expose this. A year and a half ago, got absolutely no response from the industry minister, got a response from the CFO's department saying this was huge. The minister did nothing till it was public. But that minister, the current minister, had an assistant deputy minister, a senior assistant deputy minister, in every single board meeting where they were voting themselves 82% of the time money for their own companies. In every meeting. It's beyond credulity, beyond believability that the minister claims in a Hogan's Heroes Sergeant Schultz sort of way, I know nothing. He had a senior official in every meeting. That official is obligated to report to the deputy minister and the minister. I don't believe the minister that he knew nothing. I believe the minister was incompetent and enjoyed the feather bedding of his Quebec colleagues on the board.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, look, I just want to thank my honourable colleague for just laying out just how deep this corruption is and just how, implicated even the current minister is. But I'd like him to explain, because I think he understands some even more of the historical context of how far back this goes to even the former Minister of Industry, Navdeep Bains, and how the PCO and PMO were warned about these potential conflicts. And if he could explain to Canadians just how far back this goes and how deep this corruption is with the current Liberal government.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the Harper government cleaned this up, put in a new chair, Jim Basile, hired a new CEO. It got a clean bill of health from the Auditor General and Treasury Board in 2017. Then the chair, Jim Basile, started to criticize this government in public on their lack of action on the surveillance economy. Guess what Navdeep Bains did? He said he's got to go because he won't shut up about criticizing the government. Tossed him out, put in a chair that they were told repeatedly by SDTC should not be in it because she's the first conflicted chair in the history of SDTC, including the former PMO staffer who did communications and was in SDTC, phoned her colleagues in the minister's office in PMO and said this person's conflicted. And guess what? Former Minister Navdeep Bains said, that's, by the way, the guy in charge of the highest cell phone rates in the world at Rogers now. Former Minister Navdeep Bains said, we'll manage the conflict. They sure managed the conflict. They sure managed it with $390 million of taxpayer money going to conflicted directors.
Questions and comments? Virtually, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Just wanted to point out, I'm stunned that my colleague said that somehow the Harper government had cleaned up the messes when we had so many cases of corruption that the Harper regime refused, shut down Parliament on so that we couldn't get information about the $3.1 billion that couldn't be found around anti-terrorism activity, the G8 fund and the gazebos that was $1 billion. Again, the Harper regime shut it down, so we couldn't get to the bottom of it. The F-35 procurement scandal, the Phoenix Pay system that we're still inflicted with today, $2.2 billion. Harper government refused to get any sort of inquiry on it. And the ATS scandal, which is $400 million. And again, the Harper government shut it down. And so my simple question is, why did the Harper regime shut down all of the inquiries into all of these scandals? And do Conservatives finally admit that they were wrong to refuse to get Parliament to get to the bottom of these incredible, atrocious Conservative scandals?
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Leader missed the news that his boss, his leader, ripped up the deal with the Liberals. He doesn't need to use the PMO talking points anymore. He can be independent and maybe support the position of the member for Windsor West on this rather than undercutting his own member. And on that issue, why is it that that particular member, is issuing or talking PMO talking points to bury the corruption in SDTC? Why is it that he's deflecting onto other things and won't talk about the issue before Parliament today and the parliamentary privilege breach of this government? That House leader should be concerned about parliamentary privilege breaches. Apparently he's not. He's more interested in spewing PMO talking points.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, the extreme discomfort that the Conservative Party is putting with the Auditor General and the RCMP, which would potentially compromise them, but the member says, it's okay, it's our job. And that's the response that he gives. Well, I'm wondering if he could indicate, is it the Conservative Party's job also to deal with the issue of foreign interference? We have found out earlier this week that not one, but two Conservative leadership campaigns where there was alleged foreign interference. Is it not our job to find out and get to the bottom of that? Was his leader today impacted because of foreign interference, Mr. Speaker? Is that what killed the leadership ambitions of Aaron O'Toole? Should we not do our job and get to the bottom of that too?
The Honourable Member 1.5 minutes.
Didn't want an investigation into foreign interference. That member, as a member of party, refuses to release the 11 names of parliamentarians who are compromised. He doesn't believe in that, and he's deflecting from the issue that the supremacy of Parliament, that a majority of this House, I know the Canadians didn't give you a majority and you're sad about that. You won't be getting it next time either. That a majority of people in this House said, representing Canadians, these documents need to go to the RCMP. Why don't you listen to the people?
We have a time for a quick 15-second question. I would remind the member to go through the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Is the Conservative Party, in his perspective, compromising in any way or making it uncomfortable for our RCMP and the Auditor General?
Quick answer, please.
What responsible parliamentarians do, like any responsible business, when they uncover corruption in their own organization, they turn it over to the police. Why won't he let it be turned over to the police?
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on your finding of a prima facie question of privilege arising from this Liberal government failing to abide by a clear and unequivocal order of this House, namely to turn over documents relating to a massive scandal involving Sustainable Development Technology Canada, more accurately known as the Prime Minister's billion-dollar Green Slush Fund. On June 10th, a majority of this House, not only Conservatives but New Democrats and Bloc Québécois members, called on the government to turn over all relevant documents to the RCMP to shine a light on the self-dealing, conflicts, corruption, and law-breaking that have mired the SDTC Foundation, or again, better known and more accurately described as the Green Slush Fund. For 3 months, this Liberal government has blocked and obstructed that order of this House. And in so doing, they have once again demonstrated their utter contempt for this House and their utter contempt for the supremacy of Parliament. And it is all part of a pattern of cover-up by the current minister to protect Liberal insiders who got rich by ripping off Canadian taxpayers. The level of scandal and corruption at the Green Slush Fund is truly staggering, and it was laid bare in the Auditor General's report issued last June. The Auditor General found, among other things, that 400 million taxpayer dollars went out the door improperly at the Green Slush Fund. $400 million out of the $800 million in the Green Slush Fund. And, Mr. Speaker, I should note that that was just based on the sample of the Auditor General, because the Auditor General didn't do a full audit of SDTC. And even with that sample, she found $400 million. If a full and complete audit had been undertaken, it is almost a certainty that she would have identified tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money that improperly went out the door, in addition to the $400 million that she identified. Of the $400 million that went out the door, the Auditor General found that a staggering $330 million involved conflicts of interests of board members. In some instances, board members voted to funnel money into their own companies. In fact, the Auditor General found 186 cases of conflict, 186 cases. And essentially, Mr. Speaker, just to provide Canadians with a picture of what was going on at this Liberal Green Slush Fund, is that board members were appointed by Navdeep Bains and the Minister. These were board members who all had various financial interests in green tech companies. Funding decisions would come up at board meetings. A board member would say, oh, gee, I have a conflict of interest, so I'm just going to step out the door, while all the board members knew that that was that board member's company, and the board would then approve the money to go into that board member's company. The board member would then come back in, and another funding decision would be considered, and another board member would say, gee, I have a conflict of interest, and they would walk out the door, and the board would then approve funding to that board member's company, and then that board member would come in, and another board member would step out, and on it went, rinse and repeat. Talk about a total racket. 186 times this went on since 2017, according to the Auditor General that she identified. And I have to say that the times that board members walked out the door were instances where, arguably, compared to other conduct at the Green Slush Fund, they acted ethically, because in 90 cases, the Auditor General found that board members actually sat in and deliberated on and voted on funneling monies into companies that they had an interest in or otherwise had a conflict of interest, blatant conflicts of interest in 90 such cases. And I would submit that's not only conflicts of interest, that's out and out corruption. It's out and out theft. And one such person who was involved in voting to funnel money into her own company was none other than the chair, Annette Verscheren, who was hand-picked by the former corrupt Liberal minister, Navdeep Bains, hand-picked by Navdeep Bains. She actually, to her credit, said, I have a conflict of interest upon Bains tapping her on the shoulder. But Bains said, doesn't matter, conflicts of interest don't matter to me or to this government. We'll manage the conflict of interest. And, of course, that set the tone. That set the tone for the culture at SDTC. And so what did Annette Verscheren do? She actually sat in and moved two motions to unlawfully funnel $38.5 million out the door in so-called COVID relief payments. And by unlawful, I mean monies that went out the door in contravention of the contribution agreements that the Green Slush Fund had with ISET or Industry Canada. And not only did $38.5 million improperly go out the door in those so-called COVID relief payments, $220,000 was funneled into her own company, a company in which she was the CEO, founder, majority shareholder, and sole director. She moved a motion and voted on sending $220,000 to her own company. Now, Mr. Speaker, Ms. Verscheren is a sophisticated business person, but it doesn't take a sophisticated business person to realize that when you are a shareholder, sole director, CEO of a company, that it is completely unethical and improper to be sitting on a board, moving a motion, and voting on funneling $220,000 to your own company. But that's what she did, and it is one example of many of conflicts, self-dealing, corruption, and law-breaking at the Green Slush Fund. And, Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner last month found Ms. Verscheren guilty of breaching multiple sections of the Conflict of Interest Act, but I underscore that Ms. Verscheren's misconduct merely scratches the surface of self-dealing. And to that end, I would note that another bad actor at the Green Slush Fund is one Andre Lise Mateau, the CEO of Cycle Capital. This is someone whose company has received, or her firm, and the companies connected to her firm have received more than $40 million from the Green Slush Fund. This is someone who sits on the board as tens of millions went out the door. And the Minister of the Environment happens to be a shareholder. He happened to work closely with Ms. Mateau prior to his election. And so we have a minister in this government who is profiting off the conflicts and corruption at the Green Slush Fund. Perhaps that may explain the total lack of interest in getting to the bottom of the corruption. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that through all of the meetings involving conflicts and self-dealing, a senior official in the minister's office sat in on those meetings. Not just any senior official, the assistant deputy minister sat in on 186 conflicts. And in that regard, we have a government that turned a blind eye, that was essentially, in so doing, complicit in the corruption at the Green Slush Fund. And don't take my word for it. Take the Auditor General's word, because I would cite paragraph 6.74 of the Auditor General's report, in which she finds, quote, an assistant deputy minister of the department regularly attended meetings of the Foundation's board, and that the assistant deputy minister's presence at meetings provided an implicit agreement by the department for any decisions that the board made. In other words, it was wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We're going to turn a blind eye to this corruption. That is the finding, essentially, of that of the Auditor General. And I think the member for Edmonton Strathcona seems to think $400 million going out the door is a funny thing. Well, I certainly don't. I think it's a very serious thing. It's too bad that she and her party have sold out time and again to prop up this corrupt Liberal government. But be that as it may, you have that finding from the Auditor General. And the minister says that he had no idea. No idea. Now, given that his assistant deputy minister sat in on each of those board meetings, it's beyond belief to accept that the minister had no idea. Now, in the unlikely event that he had no idea, it doesn't really get any better for the minister, because there's one of two scenarios here. Either the minister knew and turned a blind eye to corruption and therefore was complicit in the corruption, and I would submit that is the likely scenario, or the minister had lost complete control of his department, in which case the minister is utterly incompetent. In either case, the minister has demonstrated himself wholly unfit to serve in the high office that he holds as Minister of Industry. And Mr. Speaker, it's not speculation in terms of the minister's failures and complicity in all of this. Last week, a whistleblower appeared before the Public Accounts Committee, and his testimony was absolutely devastating. about the minister's conduct in this entire matter. Now, the minister would have Canadians believe that he only learned about this in February of 2023 when a whistleblower came forward. Well, essentially in February 2023, it was going public, and the minister had really no choice politically but to act as though he was doing something. So the minister did appoint a firm to investigate RCGT, which, frankly, the scope of their investigation was inadequate. But according to the whistleblower, RCGT came back with an interim report in May of 2023 that the minister blocked the release of. The minister blocked the release of the report, and not only that, but according to the whistleblower, the minister tampered with evidence that was being considered by the RCGT report. He actively intervened and tampered with their investigation as he pushed for further delay and to water down the findings of RCGT. And then, when the report was issued in the fall of 2023, the minister, despite it being a very damning report that identified many of the conflicts that have been confirmed by the Auditor General, the minister kept the corrupt board in place. Kept his corrupt Liberal Friends of the People that he and Navdeep Bains appointed in place so that they could continue to enrich themselves. And at the very least, he didn't see that there was any level of accountability, and he, according to the whistleblower, ignored the consensus within the department that this rotten and corrupt board needed to go, needed to be fired. And to that end, I would cite the testimony of the whistleblower who said at committee last week with respect to the minister and with respect to the government the following, quote, "I think the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation from being a public nightmare and would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like SDTC in the public sphere," closed quote. I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that that is a damning indictment of the minister. Further to that, the whistleblower characterized the minister's actions, among other things, as corrupt and deceitful. Mr. Speaker, the minister has a lot to answer for. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me again say that $400 million tax dollars were improperly spent at the Green Slush Fund. $400 million, and it is only scratching the surface of corruption that likely took place beyond the conflicts that have been identified. So massive is this scandal that the former Deputy Minister of Industry said, was recorded as saying, quote, "It was free money that is almost a sponsorship-level giveaway." That was before the report of the Auditor General. Based upon the findings of the Auditor General, the Green Slush Fund scandal is significantly bigger than the sponsorship scandal. And so, in the face of corruption, self-dealing, and conflicts, enough of the obstruction, enough of the delay, it's time for accountability. It's time to ensure that those who abused positions of power are held to account, and to that end, as a step in doing that, it is necessary that the government abide by the order of Parliament, and that is to turn over all relevant documents to the RCMP in the face of this corruption. It's long past due to call in the Mounties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la leader du gouvernement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important to correct some of the misinformation that's being provided from opposite members. To try to give the false impression that the government doesn't care about the tax dollars is just simply wrong. You have direct ministerial involvement in terms of resolving the issue, and you have not seen resistance at the committee stage, where we have seen even more accountability on the issue in itself. We are working cooperatively with the Auditor General of Canada in regards to this. And what we're really dealing with today in the Speaker's ruling is the issue of the blurring between parliamentary supremacy and judicial independence, where we have the Conservative Party of Canada actually believing that it can just take any sort of file and say, we're going to get that information from that file and hand it directly over to the police, negating any responsibilities to the Charter and so forth. Does the member have any issue with taking that kind of responsibility?
L'honorable député de Saint-Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, when the member claims that the government has been cooperative all along, he is uttering a falsehood. I have been involved, along with the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, in trying to get to the bottom of this corruption, and at every step of the way, Liberals have voted to block and obstruct the ability of various committees to do their work. They have voted against every motion, for example, to produce documents. The minister failed to fire the board. The minister dragged his feet in finally taking any action. Only when the Auditor General released her damning report did he see fit to fire the board. And with respect to the inaction of the government, don't take my word for it, take the word of the whistleblower who called the minister's actions corrupt and deceitful.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher, les Patriotes, Verchères.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'ordre de la Chambre pour obtenir les documents a été donné, en fait, le 10.
Today, if I'm not mistaken, it's September 27th. Seems to me that it's been a bit of a while now, but the evidence is clear. The House can require any document to be produced. So I'd like to know from my colleague, what does he think of a government that doesn't give the House the documents it should disclose, even though the government is supposed to be accountable to the House? I wonder if one day, if they're ever in power, will they do the same or will they comply?
Mr. Speaker, and what it demonstrates is the total and utter contempt that this government has for Parliament and for the supremacy of Parliament. We have Liberal members who are actually challenging the validity of a Speaker's ruling, who are trying to defend what is tantamount to a blatant obstruction of a clear and unequivocal order of the House. And I would note that it's not an isolated incident. This, again, is part of a pattern of this Liberal government that, for instance, blocked the production of documents relating to the major national security scandal at the Winnipeg lab, forcing the Speaker of the House at the time to have to go to court. It's part of a pattern of cover-up and corruption by a rotten and corrupt Liberal government.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député d'Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see you in the chair. I have to say that speech was a little bit rich coming from this member. This is the member who has shown that he has very little moral authority. He's, in fact, one of the only members that is still in this House that has had to have his statements taken out of Hansard from the committee because they were found to be so offensive. Realistically, he is part of a government, part of a party that has been plagued by scandal after scandal. In fact, he talks about the release of documents, but yet when the Harper government was asked to release documents on the Kairos scandal, on the Bev Oda Knott scandal, they prorogued government. So from my perspective, sitting in the NDP, I look at all of the moral failings of the Liberal government, but I certainly don't see a solution with the Conservatives.
L'honorable député.
Well, talk about pathetic. And I think the member has exposed herself for propping up this government and proving how phony of a display it was when her leader ripped up the agreement and then turned around the next day and said, well, maybe I'll prop up the government. And then, sure enough, when he had an opportunity and the NDP had an opportunity to vote non-confidence, they propped up the government. And here we have massive corruption involving $400 million that improperly went out the door. And instead of holding the government to account, the member for Edmonton Strathcona spent her time heckling me and now is using PMO talking points to deflect attention and to protect her coalition friends, the Liberals.
Question et comme... Bon, je demanderai un peu de décorum à cette chambre.
A bit of decorum in this house, please. Yes, decorum.
Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to ask my colleague from Sherwood Park if he can, or pardon me, yes, if he could elaborate on the level and the scale of some of the issues that have been talked about here in the House. Our colleague from Nova Scotia indicated in his speech earlier to yours today that there is a huge, like $330 million roughly being abused here versus, like, we're talking about $16 or even $42 million from the old ad scam days of the Liberal government. Just to put this into perspective as to how much damage this has done to taxpayers' money.
L'honorable député de Saint-Albert-Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To break it down, the member correctly noted that $330 million went out the door involving conflicts of interest of board members. Not only were those cases of conflicts of interest, those were in many instances straight-up violations of the SDTC Act that provides that no board member shall in any way profit from the foundation. And in addition to that, there is somewhere in the neighborhood of $70 million that improperly went out the door in violation of agreements that SDTC had with ISED that the Minister of Industry is responsible for overseeing and failed to enforce.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my interest is that the constitutional aspects of what is happening today. The RCMP and Auditor General, I believe, have expressed concerns about the blurring of the line on the separation of powers between the different branches of the government. The honourable colleague is a lawyer by profession, if I am not wrong. I would like to ask him, with his legal background, whether he can tell, whenever our law enforcement agencies, like the RCMP, if they think they need any particular document, is there anything that bars them from getting access to the same document through a legal process?
Honorable député.
Speaker, I thank the member for Nepean, and what the order of the House required the government to do is turn over all relevant documents to the RCMP. When there's corruption that is identified, it's appropriate to turn over that evidence to the RCMP, and the RCMP can do what they wish and pursue what they wish based upon the documents that should have been sent to the RCMP months ago, but have not, thanks to this government's obstruction.
On a le temps pour une...
We have time for a very brief question.
Reconnais l'honorable député de Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. Très brève question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I just want to take some of the testimony from one of the SDTC employees who said at committee, I think, quote, I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and that they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this at SDTC and in the public sphere. Could my colleague just elaborate on that testimony?
L'honorable député a 45 secondes pour répondre.
Well, thank you very much, and the member is quite right, and I highlighted the whistleblower's testimony in my speech. And not only did the whistleblower say that, the whistleblower said the minister acted corruptly and deceptively, and that the minister was more interested in damage control. It demonstrates that this government and this minister were complicit in the corruption at SDTC, and the minister is wholly unfit to serve in the role that he carries as minister.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands et Rideau Lakes.
Well, here we go again. Another case of this NDP Liberal government who, after 9 years, is finding themselves in a situation where, and I don't know, Speaker, I don't know if I hear the sound of a pager beeping back there, but maybe that member can quiet it.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, that is a disgusting comment, and he should be asked to retract that. That is clearly referring to pagers that has been used as weapons that have taken the lives of innocent people, including children. I asked this member, he should be apologizing for that, but he should also be apologizing for the slander he used in this chamber yesterday.
I was hearing a lot of debate going on there while the honourable member did have the floor. I would maybe let the honourable member maybe retract that last comment before he continues. The honourable member Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Great Lakes.
Withdrawn. Speaker, here we have the NDP desperate to cover up for these Liberals that they've been propping up all the while their friends have been lining their pockets. The NDP, like that member from Edmonton who can't manage to keep her voice down, have done nothing to raise their voice for Canadians who are suffering after 9 years of their support for this government that's seen corruption time after time. And that member for Edmonton has done nothing to advocate for the millions of Canadians who are now using food bank. A third of them are children. We hear the NDP are supposed to fight for the downtrodden and those that need a hand up, but we've seen them turn their backs on workers, turn their backs on Canadians, turn their backs on the hungry. And that member for Edmonton has led the charge to prop up this government that's done absolutely has the worst record on standing up for vulnerable Canadians. And it's absolutely shameful. This is a great example today that we find ourselves in this House talking about as a result of that member's support for this government, and they're allowing for hundreds of millions of dollars to line the pockets of insiders. And what does the government do as soon as they're ordered by the House to produce documents? Well, of course, we find ourselves with this government turning their back on their obligation to the sacred institution of Parliament. They're refusing an order to produce the documents. Why? Well, of course, they got caught. They got caught stacking a board with their friends, like the chair of the SDTC board, friend of the Prime Minister's Annette Verscherian. And what did their friend do when she got put into this place of trust, a place of privilege? Well, she lined her pockets and lined the pockets of her friends. And we see that there was a finding of guilt by the Ethics Commissioner. Now, it's like Groundhog Day every time you talk about scandals and corruption with these Liberals. That Liberal Prime Minister, the first in Canadian history to be found to have broken Canada's ethics laws, twice he was found guilty of breaking the law. It's unbelievable. But that's the state. That's the state of that NDP Liberal government. And it's said that a fish rots from the head down, and that's what we've seen with multiple ministers in that NDP Liberal government found to have broken the law. And, you know, when it comes to the office of the Ethics Commissioner, we have the Prime Minister's buddy, now the Public Safety Minister, who himself had been found to have broken the law. When given the chance, when the Ethics Commissioner's office was vacated, what did they do? They appointed his sister-in-law to take over the Ethics Commissioner's office.
Unbelievable.
Every time they get the chance to do the right thing, you can set your watch to it. They do the absolute opposite. They do the opposite every single time. And it's the International Development Minister, who's the failed Housing Minister, the Trade Minister, their former Finance Minister. The conflicts of interest go on and on and on with them. And their solution to the economic vandalism that they've perpetrated on this country after 9 years is they find a buddy of the Prime Minister's, not a buddy like David Johnston of the Trudeau Foundation, who was the Prime Minister's neighbor and ski buddy, who they wanted to use his reputation to whitewash their failures to call out, detect, and disrupt foreign interference in our democracy like they did with David Johnston. Not that kind of friend. A friend like Mark Carbon Tax Carney. And the conflicts of interest, you could call him conflict of interest Carney, but it's almost synonymous with everyone who associates themselves with these Liberals. The conflicts of interest just follow. Yep. It was within days, just days, of them naming Mark Carbon Tax Carney as the de facto finance minister, after the Prime Minister's office had taken the named finance minister and deputy prime minister and started strategic leaks about how they'd lost confidence in her. But instead of firing her, they just appointed some man that's a friend of the Prime Minister's, who shares his ideological bent to tax Canadians just for the crime of trying to feed themselves and heat themselves and to put gas in their cars to get to medical appointments and to their jobs. So Mark Carbon Tax Carney has a buddy who is the head of a company called Telesat. So within days of him being named as the new financial advisor, economic advisor to the Prime Minister, his buddy at Telesat gets $2.14 billion of tax dollars. And you'd say, well, that's a scandal. That's enough of a scandal to put an end to this latest conflicted appointment. And you'd wonder why the economic interest, why the conflicts of interest of Carney aren't under the purview of the same rules that designated public office holders have. Well, they're paying him through the Liberal Party to avoid the necessary disclosure that would have also revealed to Canadians that his company, that he's the chair of, Brookfield Global Asset Management, is going to benefit substantially from changes to the mortgage rules that this government made a day after the last announcement they made that was conflicted on Telesat. So they're going to further put more burden on Canadians, and their changes to mortgage insurance. And the reason they're doing this, when they have a terrible supply problem in the housing market, they didn't announce some program to solve supply. No government has ever spent so much to achieve so little as they have on housing. What did they do? They decided to increase demand. Why on earth would they take measures to increase demand in housing during a housing supply crisis? Well, of course, the Prime Minister's new economic advisor, Mark Carbon Tax Carney, his company stands to benefit financially from it. This is just within days of his being appointed. So we have to wonder, why wouldn't they bring him under the auspices, under the umbrella of the conflict of interest regime? Well, because everyone they bring under it gets found guilty of breaking it. And when items come to this House, when we look to have audits in situations like the $60 million Arrive scam, let's canvass the government benches on how they vote on having the Auditor General investigate their scandal to support Liberal insiders grift to the tune of millions of dollars from Canadians. I'm not hearing the heckles now from them about how they all voted in favor of that audit, because they didn't. They voted against having the Auditor General investigate. For shame. What did we find out? Well, of course, there was no value for money. They wasted taxpayer dollars on an app that ultimately didn't work, wrongly forced 10,000 people under house arrest for weeks. And then we saw their buddies, the two yo-yos operating out of a basement from GC Strategies. These guys adding no value for Canadians. But are you going to defend the yo-yos?
A point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what we're witnessing is a litany of character assassinations on all different types of fronts. My question, the issue is that the member is not necessarily being relevant to the production of papers. That's what we're supposed to be debating, not character assassination of everyone that comes to his mind that happens not to be a Conservative.
Thank the honourable member for his input. I would also maybe caution the honourable member to stay as relevant as possible. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Breeda Lakes.
Yeah, they'd have to have character for it to be assassinated. Speaker, what we're talking about, and we see from the parliamentary secretary always the full court press to try and deflect from the failures of his government to exercise their fiduciary responsibility to Canadians. An absolute failure in that responsibility. And what's the connection? What's the connection between their billion-dollar green slush fund that they allowed hundreds of millions of dollars to go out the door illegally in contravention of the contribution agreement, and the $60 million Arrive scam, or his Prime Minister being found to have broken the law, or the front bench ministers over there being found to have broken the law? What's the connection? What's the connection to the WE scandal? What's the connection to conflict of interest Carney or Mark Carbon Tax Carney? What's the connection to the unwillingness of this government to recognize the will of Canadians? What's the connection? Of course the connection is that every time these Liberals are given the chance to do the right thing, they do the wrong thing. And that couldn't be more evident than it is with the motion that we're dealing with. Now, my honourable colleague from Mégantic-Lorab moved an amendment to the motion that they take great umbrage with. And it's very telling. They're telling on themselves when they don't support it. What's the partisan attack, the character assassination they're worried about? Let's read how mean-spirited the amendment is. That the following witnesses be ordered to appear before the committee separately for 2 hours each. And then it lists a series of government ministers. They don't want the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. They don't want the Clerk of the Privy Council, the Auditor General, the Commissioner of the RCMP, Deputy Minister, Innovation, Science and Economic Development, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons, the Acting President of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and a panel consisting of the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Why don't they want them to come and testify? Are they afraid of what they're going to say? They're going to learn from the parliamentary law clerk that Parliament absolutely has the unfettered authority to order exactly what it did in the production of these documents to be transmitted to the RCMP. That's what they're going to find out from the parliamentary law clerk. But they're terrified of it. Are they going to find out from ISED that their minister and their officials, that they didn't actually take action on the corruption at Sustainable Development Technologies Canada, the billion-dollar green slush fund, until after Conservatives initiated a full court press against them? That's what you're going to hear. You're going to hear recordings of one of their officials describing it as, quote, sponsorship level of corruption. Well, that brought down a Liberal government, so maybe that's what they're worried about. The corruption and scandals that have been identified by departmental officials in their own government. Corruption. That's the theme. That's the theme. And when the member for Windsor is looking for a new job, he can actually read the AG's report and see what they found out. They found out that they allowed it to happen. And you think about the hundreds of millions of dollars that they said were for one thing but were really for another, which is like the case with so many things with this government. Like with their carbon tax, that doesn't reduce emissions but does increase poverty. That doesn't help our environment, but does lengthen the lines at our food banks. Their use having doubled after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. That's the legacy of that member for Windsor. That's the legacy for the member for Windsor, is record lines at food banks. It's Canadians not being able to afford their mortgages, not being able to afford their rent, not being able to afford to put gas in their car. Food banks having to extend their hours so that people who have two jobs can come in between their two jobs to pick up food at the food bank. That's his legacy. And it's shameful. It's shameful that when they have the opportunity to save $1 by not letting it go into the pockets of insiders, that they're too beholden to a prime minister twice found guilty of breaking the law himself to actually stand up and say, you know what, we need to do the right thing, and these documents need to be transmitted and sent to the RCMP. Now, the RCMP has the option to investigate or not. That's their independent right. But why are they so afraid to send the documents? Because what we know, the reason we know so much is because of whistleblowers. Whistleblowers came forward and exposed the corruption under these Liberals. And they've been desperate to try and stop it from coming to light. It's not enough to have the Auditor General issue a damning report. It's not enough to have the Ethics Commissioner find their hand-picked Liberal chair in a conflict of interest. That's not enough for them. Why? Because it always comes down to helping Liberal insiders with these guys. It's incredible the lengths that they will go to protect those who need it the least instead of those who need it the most. And that's Canadians. Canadians after 9 years of the most unethical government in Canadian history. And so I know that over the summer, any of them who were brave enough to knock on doors, and I'm sure that guy wasn't, that they would have heard the same thing we heard, that Canadians are exhausted. Canadians are exhausted, and they see this government for exactly for what it is. And it's tired, it's costly, it's one that's raised their taxes, it's one that's seen crime run rampant, put the rights of convicted criminals ahead of those of bona fide victims, who spend more targeting those who follow the law to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars, while spending little on those who seek to smuggle, engage in human trafficking and weapons trafficking and drug trafficking. That's the legacy. That's their legacy after 9 years. But there is good news, of course, and that's that common sense Conservatives have been doing their homework on these Liberals and the institutions that they've corrupted, like the Sustainable Development Technologies Canada. And look, you'll hear they'll say, well, wasn't SDTC started by Conservatives? Yep, it was. And in 2017, it was received an audit by the Auditor General and got a clean bill of health. But what happened between 2017 and 2023? Well, the Liberal Prime Minister and his accomplice, the leader of the NDP, allowed for Liberal insiders to ransack the place, to push their objective, the organizational objective aside, and allow the well-connected Liberal insiders to get ahead. And that's not something that we're going to abide. That's why we dug in. And you look at the work that members have done to bring this to the House, and then the House voted, these Liberals are so illiberal. And undemocratic. You have the majority, you have the House of Commons vote, order something to happen, and they say, well, we don't actually need to do that thing. What does that tell you about their respect for the rule of law, their respect for Canadians, their respect for the democracy that each of us have been elected into to represent Canadians here in this place. But they certainly don't think much. They certainly don't think much about it, and they don't think much about the effect it's going to have on Canadians, unless those Canadians, of course, are their well-connected friends. But the motion, the amendment that have been put forward are, of course, incredibly reasonable, as was the original production order, because it falls entirely inside the bounds of what this House is allowed and must do to ensure Canadians' confidence in our democratic institutions. And so the NDP and the Liberals can flail and wail all that they like, but common sense Conservatives are going to continue to demand accountability and answers for Canadians. When we talk about stopping the crime, we're talking about stopping these guys, because life wasn't like this before these NDP Liberals, and it's not going to be like it after them. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll take this opportunity to ask the member, since he is here and has unfortunately displayed that he is willing to diminish himself and this House with his language, if he will take this opportunity at this time to apologize and withdraw his comments levied at me yesterday that were completely unparliamentarian, and he has the opportunity to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That was a continuation of that point of order. Maybe the honourable member for Leeds Grenville Thousand Islands.
Speaker, if ministers of this government are so ashamed of the praise and accolades that their government get, then they shouldn't be members of that government. They should resign. It's shameful that this government's record is one that they were thanked by Hamas at a time when innocent civilians were attacked in the largest terrorist attack in modern history. That's a part of the legacy of this government. And if any of those ministers are ashamed that Hamas sent them a thank you card, then they should.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because you have taken the issue under advisement. And I think that the member should be made aware is that the minister he's referring to is of Jewish faith. And given her very background, how much of a personal issue this is, and it was just a simple apology that would put it to rest.
Okay, listen. I ruled earlier when the honourable member brought the issue forward. I said we would go back and look at the Hansard and come back to the chamber on it. I have the chair. Point of order. Let me finish talking, then I will see the honourable member. I said I would go back and look at it. I allowed the member to ask that question. The member is answering the question that was posed to him. We are still going to go back and look at what's going on. So if the honourable member accepted that I allowed the question to be answered, then everyone should allow the answer to be answered. So I cut the honourable member off before he was finished. So the honourable member for Leeds Grenville Thousand Islands. No, go ahead. The honourable member for Leeds Grenville Thousand Islands, Leader Lakes.
Speaker, since I've been on my feet, you've recognized 3 separate points of order on something that you've already undertaken a point of order on. And so I'm just wondering if the chair can let me know how many more points of order during my time that we're going to hear on something that the minister asked a question, I gave an answer, and Speaker, I'll also note that throughout my speech, the same members persisted in audible interruptions so loud that you heard me responding to them multiple times, but didn't bring the House to order. The knife cuts both ways. Let's deal with the matter at hand, and unless we're going to continue the never-ending point of order a session that you're presiding over.
And I was giving the honourable member for Leeds Grenville Thousand Islands the full opportunity to answer that as he saw fit. I was not the one standing on points of order and stopping it. I allowed that. The honourable in the House, when somebody stands on a point of order, I have to recognize them. It is in the standing orders. So whether or not we like what we're hearing from those points of order, whether they are, I can cut them off when I feel that they are not points of order, in which I did. So I just want to move on to the thing. I'm believing the honourable member of South Shore St. Mark's is standing on a point of order.
Order,
Go ahead.
Since those were all points of order, I did note that a minute and a half's time was taking off the Q&A period, which had nothing to do with it, and I would ask that the clock on Q&As be restored to 10 minutes for this member.
And I will give the minute and a half back to the honourable member, and we'll go on to the next question. Who wants the next question? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member. I'll make sure. Rimouski Nejet Temisquatali Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to refresh your memory. It's important because in Quebec, people always say, I remember, je me souviens. And last September 16th, the speech that was made by the official opposition said something that worried me. The trust of our representatives in our institutions, and particularly the trust that parliamentarians should have in the Auditor General. The Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, is rather used to accusing everyone and finding people guilty. But when it comes to finding solutions, it's none of their business. It's not really inspiring for people who want to govern in the future. My question for my colleague is simple. His leader has already asked to fire the governor of the Bank of Canada because of inflation, and he undermines now the trust of the Auditor General because of the production of some points. I'd like him to express clearly, does he fully trust the office of the Auditor General in this affair, yes or no?
What we've seen from the Auditor General time and time again after 9 years of these NDP Liberals is that they can't seem to manage the government. We don't think that they could manage the finances of a lemonade stand appropriately. That is, of course, unless it was a Liberal insider who was running the till and jamming their pockets with the nickels of the neighborhood children who tried to buy a glass. Every time, and in this case, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that the Auditor General uncovered as part of the grift and conflicts of interest that they presided over and then tried to sweep under the rug. We kept hearing from the minister responsible that everything was fine and that they had the situation well in hand. But after sustained pressure and the audit that they never wanted to happen, they finally shut down the corrupted organization, but only to shift all of its business to hide it under the auspices of the very government who allowed that corruption to occur. So we thank the Auditor General for her work in helping to expose to Canadians the inability of these Liberals to properly manage the finances of our nation or any of the subsidiaries of the Government of Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, as well as all my colleagues who have been speaking on this corruption that has been exposed and that needs to be escalated. I just want to ask that, we're hearing from the Liberals, again, another cover-up, that they're trying to hide behind all other sorts of excuses rather than turn these documents back over to Parliament as being requested and as being ruled as a question of privilege by the Speaker himself. So I asked my colleague if he could talk to the fact that is this just another example of ongoing Liberal corruptions and cover-ups like the WE scandal, like ad scam, like Arrive scam, and why don't they just come forward with the information? Is it because there's people that are actually in Cabinet that are benefiting personally from all of this cash that has gone missing in the hands of Liberal cronies and friends?
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rita Lakes.
A great question from the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. And let's take a look at some of what the Auditor General found, and we can draw some conclusions about, of course, whose pockets that money went into. So the Auditor General found that for 10 ineligible projects, it was $58,748,613. 96 cases where conflict of interest policies 90 cases where conflict of interest policies were not followed, $75,974. Its projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were met. $58 million. 96 cases where conflict, another 96 cases where conflict of interest policies were followed was $259 million. Look, the numbers don't lie when you look at the corruption that was allowed to fester under these Liberals. The question that one has to ask themselves is, what was in it for them? What was in it for these Liberals and their friends? Of course, it was their financial betterment, their personal enrichment. This was all about helping Liberal insiders while Canadians have been struggling to feed themselves. It's a shameful legacy, but it's one that the member rightfully pointed out follows on the heels of the $60 million Arrive scam or the $1 billion WE scandal. And, of course, the other cases where the Prime Minister was found to be outside of the law or broke the law, just like the long history that includes ad scam, of course. And I think that goes to the heart of it. The reason they don't want any sunlight or disinfectant to be applied here is because the last time there was a massive scandal of this scale, it brought down a Liberal government, a tired, corrupt Liberal government, and what's old is new again. It looks like they have this very same concerns about this multiple $100 million scandal.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I can honestly say over the years that the member really hasn't changed. His priority has been to really try to amplify the issue of character assassination, and he's got it down to a fine art. Full credit on that account. The issue that I have for the member is, what about, let's say, the Charter of Rights, our Constitution? Does the member not recognize that what they're calling for is for information to be passed directly from here going into the RCMP? So we're going to go out, we're going to get the information, and then we're going to hand it directly over to the RCMP. That's, in fact, what they're asking for. It doesn't matter what the Charter or the RCMP are uncomfortable with the request, the Auditor General is uncomfortable with the request. Doesn't he think that he should at least have some support that goes outside the Conservative Party from agencies like the Auditor General and the RCMP?
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
I didn't hear any sections of the Charter cited for the Parliamentary Secretary's attempt to obstruct a parliamentary investigation into corruption in his own government. But look, the documents exist and they belong to the Government of Canada. So if he's saying that what's required is a warrant by the police to kick in, the office doors of cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister and parliamentary secretaries to get the truth for Canadians. Look, we don't need to do that because the House has ordered the production of documents. And you talk about what's legal. The legal authority rests with this place. It is unfettered to send for people and papers. The requirement for those papers is very simple. They need to exist and they need to be inside Canada. And if they belong to the government, we can get them. If they belong to a private corporation, we can get them, or a private citizen. Is it in the public interest that we do this? Absolutely. It's hundreds of millions of dollars of corruption that member from Winnipeg has allowed to happen under this Prime Minister, the only one in Canadian history who's been found guilty of breaking the law. And that's the legacy after 9 years of these NDP Liberals. We make no apologies. We make no apologies for getting the truth for Canadians about this government that's allowed the theft of Canadians' tax dollars to help out Liberal insiders. We're going to fight tirelessly to get accountability for Canadians, and we're not going to make any apologies for it.
Comments? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the really insightful speech of the member from Leeds Grenville, who has worked very hard on this scandal, he mentioned the Auditor General, who took a small sample of the transactions of the insider Liberal board members and found 82% were corrupted. The interesting thing is, for a year and a half, we've had lots and lots of studies, public hearings on this, yet none of the main broadcast media, CTV or CBC, has had one story on it. I'd like the member to comment about the ability or willingness of the media to do its job, which it doesn't seem to be doing, and why might it not be doing the job in covering this Liberal scandal and cover-up?
Well, the minute remaining, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Look, we have the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's who's worked tirelessly to get answers and accountability for Canadians. We owe him a debt of gratitude for that, and he's absolutely right. The numbers that I talk about are just a small sample of cases that they looked at the corrupted $1 billion green slush fund. And, you know, it's interesting he brings up, you know, media. We had the case of CTV this week, which was caught maliciously editing a clip of the leader of the opposition to create a fake story about something that wasn't said. And you know, that shows something about priorities. You know, we talk about other things that this government spends their money on. That includes, of course, massive media subsidies, and people can draw their conclusions about why heavily subsidized liberal media wouldn't want to call out the corruption that's occurred after 9 years of this government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is, I stand again proud to represent and stand with and for the people of Battle River Crowfoot. But it's unfortunate that after 9 years of those Liberals leading this country, that we are once again debating a scandal of unbelievable proportions. And I want to talk a little bit about the circumstances that led us to the SDTC situation, and then I want to dive into why documents matter, what this violation of the privilege of members of this place is, and why that it should be so concerning to Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, the Sustainable Development Technologies Canada, the Auditor General did a report that found that the Liberals, that Prime Minister, those ministers had turned it into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. And a recording of a senior civil servant slammed the, quote, outright incompetence of that government that gave more than $390 million worth of contracts inappropriately. Mr. Speaker, to put that into context, $390 million is an astounding number when it comes to the amount of money, especially at a time, I would add, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians are hurting. We're seeing, this year, we will see more than 2 million Canadians forced to visit a food bank. And I know in my own constituency, I speak to, of which many are not-for-profits hosted out of churches or community centers, local food banks. And because of the actions of this government, things like the carbon tax, the mismanagement of the economy that's led to increased inflation, among so many other things. Canadians at record numbers are forced to visit food banks. And in some cases, as I see some of the numbers that have been provided to me by local food banks, often ran by volunteers, it is absolutely heartbreaking. And Mr. Speaker, I would just note that in one case, it was interesting because I heard from some of the folks that run one of these local food banks that it was stunning to them how it was not just folks that had fallen on hard times that were forced to visit the food bank, not just those who had lost their jobs forced to visit the food bank, but in some cases, people that you knew around the community that were simply had no other options. Their credit cards had been maxed out. They didn't have anything left in order to feed their children at home. So they were, in those cases, Mr. Speaker, forced to visit a food bank. That is the legacy of these Liberals. Yet while Canadians are hurting, 25% of Canadians, according to reports, are facing poverty-like conditions. And Mr. Speaker, what is this government's response? $390 million worth of contracts inappropriately given out, many of which went to well-connected Liberal insiders. $390 million not going to help Canadians, not going to grow the economy. $390 million, more money than most people could ever imagine, going to well-connected insiders. The Auditor General found that SDTC gave $58 million to 10 ineligible projects. They couldn't, get this, Mr. Speaker, that government that talks big about the environment, yet they gave $58 million to projects supposedly to help the environment. That was the reason this fund was created. But they could not demonstrate that there would be an environmental benefit or the development of any green tech. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge any Canadian who is watching, and I know there are many because of the absolute corruption that has been normalized under this Liberal government and that Prime Minister supported by those NDP. It is absolutely astounding that in the midst of a time where they talk big about the environment, they are giving dollars to projects connected with Liberal insiders that didn't even try to explain, didn't even try to defend what they were doing as being good for the environment, even though that was the creation of these programs. The Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on that government and the industry minister, who did not sufficiently, quote, did not sufficiently monitor, unquote, the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. And now, Mr. Speaker, I hear often from members of that side of the House, and I do hear it from Canadians as well, say, well, what would you do differently? Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand as a part of a party that takes governing seriously, that would fight corruption and incompetence, especially the sort of incompetence that leads to this type of gross mismanagement scandal, and to the tune of $390 million being misappropriated. So, Mr. Speaker, I told you that I wanted to talk about why the finding of a violation of privilege is such an important issue. And I believe that it's the sort of thing that many outside of this place, in fact, I would suggest, certainly from some of the questions that I've heard from members of other parties in this place, that they don't take seriously Parliament's constitutional role. So let me unpack that a little bit for you, Mr. Speaker, and for the benefit of those watching, and why I started suggesting that documents matter. Because it is less about whether or not there's physical documents that you can read from that's not the whole point here. The point is that we have an institution that is Parliament, that is in our Westminster system of governance, is the supreme authority of our country. And we have, as parliamentarians, that which makes up a parliament. A parliament is defined by the fact that in the case of the current circumstance, although I believe there are 2 Liberal vacancies with by-elections forthcoming and the rate at which the Liberals are losing seats, it will certainly be interesting to watch what those election results are. But a parliament is made up by MPs. And the MPs that make up that parliament have unfettered access to call for documents and for people to come. Now, we talk about that a lot in the context of committee, and it is a key element of the constitutional role that this place plays in our country. And we cannot dismiss the importance, because that is what is the cornerstone of the democratic system that we have. The fact that it is this place, the only place in the country, I would add, Mr. Speaker, that is truly representative of our country. Every square inch of the nation of Canada is represented in this place, and only in this place. So that's why Parliament is given such significant latitude to be able to do things like call for documents. So what did the government refuse to do? Well, they refused to be transparent and provide these documents. They gave a whole litany of excuses. In fact, I found it very interesting when the House Leader was speaking very negatively about the Speaker's ruling that has led to this debate. She was quite astonishingly, she pivoted away from saying that she was disputing the ruling, but said that she was dismayed at the ruling. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that any member of this place who is dismayed at the constitutional authority of what Parliament is meant to be needs to go back and look at the history, the construction in terms of the constitutional reality, and the traditions that make up what this place is. Because it has to come down to the very idea that where does the buck stop? Well, it stops with Parliament. And now I want to highlight something in the context of what I've just described, Mr. Speaker, because we have seen under these Liberals a concerning trend of wanting to distance the executive function of government from Parliament. Now, I understand that it is inconvenient that the Liberals do not have unfettered power to do anything they want. That is an inconvenient thing that they are forced up against. Now, I have seen over the last close to 5 years that I've had the honor of serving in this place and serving the people of Battle River Crowfoot, how they've been able to sign deals with and backroom handshakes and the whole deal with other opposition parties in order to have a functional majority. But, Mr. Speaker, the Canadians sent a minority parliament to Ottawa in the last election. And this place has the ability to do things like demand documents and has the full constitutional right to do so. And it is outlined very, very clearly that that is, in fact, the case. And Mr. Speaker, when you have members of the government that are making excuses and figuring out ways around this place, it is deeply concerning and should cause every Canadian, regardless of what political party they're a part of, quite frankly. This is not a partisan issue. This is a Canadian issue. And the member from Winnipeg over there seems to be laughing when I say that the very foundation of our institutions is not a partisan issue. And I think therein lies, Mr. Speaker, the problem. You have the very foundation of our democratic system taken so flippantly by members like that who would pursue their own personal, political, and as we see outlined through the course of this SDTC scandal that includes back in 2018 when former Minister Navdeep Bains didn't like the fact that the board chair of SDTC was criticizing things the government was doing, so replaced at contrary advice to those within his own department. And we've seen a continuation of that sort of political manipulation since that have led to this scandal. A very, very clear timeline that has been laid out, Mr. Speaker. They do not take seriously Parliament's role. Now, I understand that they would rather an audience than an opposition. They would rather be able to simply have carte blanche to do whatever they want to pursue their own personal, political, financial, and other interests. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not how this place works. MPs are sent here to represent their constituents. And I would speak now, if I could, Mr. Speaker, to the Liberal backbench especially, because they have an obligation to not simply prop up their Prime Minister, but they are sent here as members of Parliament. We are on the ballot as members of Parliament, and they will stand to be judged in the next election by Canadians as a member of Parliament, and they will have to answer, just like the NDP and the Bloc, for supporting this type of corruption. They will have to stand to answer for that. So I would encourage them to take seriously the role that this place is meant to play, because as we have seen a distancing that the way that the Liberals operate is they want to have unfettered control to do whatever they want, and they treat Parliament only as an inconvenience. And that, Mr. Speaker, is truly a national scandal that is eroding the trust that Canadians should be able to have in their institutions. So, Mr. Speaker, it has been said that especially in a democracy and as a proud Canadian, as somebody that has grown up in this country, as somebody who has spent a lot of time looking at being involved as a volunteer, as a staff member, as a passionate politico, I have watched how and studied a lot about government and the institutions, the Parliament in the United Kingdom, the history of those of our democratic system, how our like systems around the world developed over the course of the last number of centuries, and some of the history that goes much further back than that. And Mr. Speaker, what is so very troubling is that it used to be that you may not like or agree with the person in charge of the country. You may not like the current Liberal Prime Minister. You may not have liked a previous Conservative Prime Minister. You may not have liked a previous Liberal Prime Minister. But you could respect the office and the institutions. Increasingly, Mr. Speaker, I hear from Canadians that are losing trust in the very institutions that we have. And it is actions like this and how those Liberals are so bent on trying to keep the truth from coming out in the case of refusing to provide these documents. Well, now it's the authority of the House and the violation of privilege that has led to the motion that we are debating today and the amendment, which I will be proud to support. It comes down to that very, very simple choice. Now, part of the challenge is that erosion of trust and the normalization of scandal has led so many Canadians to question the legitimacy of much to do with government. And that, Mr. Speaker, is going to take hard work, and I'm so proud to be a part of a party that is committed to doing the hard work required to restore trust in our institutions, to ensure that we can make sure that this place, Parliament, is respected. And, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that at the very root of where we are today, this motion related to SDTC and these documents matter because it is the heart of our parliamentary institutions, our democracy, that is at stake. And we have seen a continual attempts by those Liberals to try and erode that. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a litany. This adds to a litany of scandals and it's quite astounding. I talked about the normalization of scandals, and I did. And as soon as the ruling was delivered yesterday evening, I went through and I reflected on some of the scandals. And as I have been a member of the Ethics Committee for a significant portion of both this and the last Parliament, and we're of course debating the document production related to SDTC. Prior to this, there was a Rive scam and $60+ million on an app that was budgeted to cost less than $100,000. Sole source contracts that we are seeing a massive, both the mismanagement of those contracts today, but how we see that it seems to be going to friends and insiders, and the fact that during a time of crisis, that government would, instead of working in the best interests of Canadians, would choose to enrich their friends. Absolutely shameful. The We Charity scandal, Mr. Speaker, how, again, in the midst of what was a national crisis, the government chose their friends over top of well-established protocols that could have easily been expanded. I think about the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Instead of using a program like that and expanding it, they were going to give $1 billion to their friends. Friends that had given significant benefit and paid to the tunes of hundreds of thousands of dollars to close members of the Prime Minister's family. And I would remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister, because I was on the Ethics Committee at the time, the Prime Minister went as far as to prorogue Parliament to keep the names and the amounts of those payments from coming out. Further, we have the SNC-Lavalin scandal, where the only reason that the RCMP didn't lay charges against the sitting Prime Minister is because they determined it wasn't in the public interest of Canada. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? There has been such a deterioration of our institutions that has led to the public interest being deemed that the Prime Minister shouldn't have been dragged in front of a judge on trial. The Aga Khan Island, you have Indigenous contracts, which I know is being studied at committee, how there seem to be Liberal insiders that are manipulating that process, taking money that should be going to First Nations here in this country. We have the massive growth of consultants, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there's been some very interesting editorials of late to say that it's become a consulting capital, that the only way that you get anything done is that if you hire the right consultants, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's not how a government should be ran. You have billions of dollars in handouts, including, I can't help but think of the ventilators that went to a former Liberal MP and ended up in a scrapyard, and to the tune of, again, hundreds of millions of dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, where does this leave us? Well, once again, MPs will be given a choice to support accountability, and I would go further, support the very foundation of what our democratic system is supposed to be, the idea of parliamentary supremacy. And, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we can get the answers not that Conservatives want, but that Canadians deserve. That's where the rubber hits the road. So I would urge all members, Liberal backbench, members of the NDP, members of the Bloc Québécois, and the few independents we have. Every MP in this place needs to think seriously about the role of Parliament, the principles of parliamentary supremacy, and ensure that we all do our part to combat the corruption and do the hard work required to restore trust in the institutions that Canadians need to be able to trust, need to be able to look at with respect. So I would urge every member in this place to support this motion, to take seriously our democracy and ensure that that hard work can be done. And Mr. Speaker, let me simply conclude with this, because I have my doubts, because after 9 years we've seen exactly what these Liberals' attitudes is. That when it comes to the hard work of restoring trust, I'm proud to be a part of a party that has a plan, that has the energy and will put in the effort to restore that trust. When the leader of the official opposition, the member from Carleton, is Prime Minister, we can do that hard work to restore the trust that's required in our institutions and work on behalf of Canadians, not on behalf of insiders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues' attempt to situate the debate in the area of ethics. I taught ethics and political philosophy and democracy for 30 years. Let's be very clear. The primary task of an MP is to ensure that there is government accountability, no matter what stripe the government is, whether a majority or minority government. We need to ensure that there is government accountability. When it's a majority government, that can be very difficult to do. When it's a minority government, that's very helpful, because then you may find yourself in a situation like this one. The government made a mistake here. When the House of Commons clearly states that documents must be produced, then that should happen. We are going to need an inquiry to get to the bottom of this. If the RCMP doesn't want the documents, then it won't take them, but we should be able to have them. My question for my colleague: if there were to be an election tomorrow, the Conservative Party would become a majority government. In ethics, we say that a principle is a true principle when it's put into action, when there's an opportunity to do so. So, if he were on the government side of the House, would my colleague be such an ardent defender of this principle, or would he end up changing his tune?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would just find, and I thank my colleague for the question and what is his background and the context which he would provide. And I would just suggest that all members of this place, and especially Liberals, that they should maybe take lessons, that even though that member is a member of a separatist party, he certainly has a better grasp on the role of what a member of Parliament should do than certainly the backbench of that Liberal Party. And it comes to the very foundation of what we are as parliamentarians. This is, and I tell students that I speak with, and I speak with students on a regular basis, said one of the coolest things about Canadian democracy, Mr. Speaker, and I ask the question is, how many votes does, and I can't say their names, but I would name the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, and other MPs, and I would name myself as well, how many votes do we get to cast on Election Day? And it seems like a trick question, but the answer is one. We all get to cast one vote as Canadians. And likewise, when somebody is elected, we get to occupy the honor of one seat in this place. And I ask the question, how many seats does the Prime Minister occupy, does the Leader of the Opposition occupy? And again, it's one seat. And it is the duty of every member of Parliament, regardless of their political background, regardless of what their history is, to take seriously that obligation that we are as MPs to stand up for the people that sent them here, to be the Parliament, in this case the 44th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to stand up regardless of what one's political interests are, because as MPs, that's the point.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is made up of a foundation of pillars. Democracy is supreme. The parliamentary proceedings that take place here are no doubt very much supreme. But so is justice, in the sense that when you have an independent judicial system, when you have independent institutions like the RCMP, those two are pillars that make Canada the country that it is today. The Conservative motion that says we are going to start collecting information to hand directly over to the RCMP, many would argue is a violation of our Constitution, our Charter, which is a part of our Canadian identity. Does the member not recognize that there's a fine line that has been crossed by the Conservative Party of Canada? We could talk about Conservative scandals, whatever kind of scandals you want. At the end of the day, the Conservative Party has crossed the line.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
See, the irony in the statement that member just made is he talked about Parliament being supreme, but then he went on to say how Parliament can't do anything about this, how Parliament shouldn't look for answers, how Parliament shouldn't do anything to uncover the scandal, the corruption, and the mismanagement of those Liberals. Mr. Speaker, I find it troubling that they will, it seems, stop at nothing to cover up the corruption that is being led by that Prime Minister, the Industry Minister, and members of this government. We are not instructing the RCMP what to do, but for them to suggest that somehow us calling for documents is not part of our jobs as Member of Parliament, to get to the bottom of a scandal that has cost taxpayers to the tune of $380-some million. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage that member to go ask his constituents about whether or not he suggests that Parliament has a role to play in finding answers to where this money went.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member of Selkirk and Lake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's just listening to the member from Winnipeg North get up here every time and trying to cover up Liberal corruption and this scandal is just sickening. Now, I want to thank the member from Battle River Crowfoot for his articulation on this to show and actually lay out that this all started with Navdeep Bains when he was the Minister of Industry, appointing Liberal cronies that then were able to line their pockets with taxpayer money, while the current Minister of Industry turned a blind eye, willfully turned a blind eye, and also looks like may have actually enriched the value of shares of the Minister from the Environment, who has stakes in one of the companies that benefited from all this Liberal largesse and corruption. One of the whistleblowers that they heard at testimony says, I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they'd rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC and the public sphere. Mr. Speaker, my question to my colleague is that actually the definition of Liberal cover-ups and Liberal corruption?
Great question. Gentleman for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question posed to my friend from Manitoba, who understands very well and has rightfully pointed out how that member from Winnipeg in his province is covering up the corruption. Because, Mr. Speaker, what we have here is not Conservative accusations, but the fact that the Auditor General, an independent officer of Parliament, has found egregious mismanagement to the tune of $390 million worth of contracts given inappropriately. This was not Conservatives that did the audit. Conservatives have demanded that the audit be done because we saw the inconsistencies and we saw how the chair of the fund was getting these contracts and whatnot, so we called in the auditors. Now, the good thing about the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, is it takes politics out of it. Now, the Liberals may not like what the auditor found, but the fact is the Auditor General found that to the tune of $390 million, there was money that was mismanaged, went to these Liberal insiders. And in the testimony of whistleblowers, Mr. Speaker, things like saying that made it evidently clear that there was activities that would not pass the smell test, went on to say that the Auditor General surely would find that this mismanagement was true. And Mr. Speaker, there was one whistleblower that suggested that it was a sponsorship scandal era type of scandals, and that certainly when it comes to mismanagement, that this one Auditor General, I would just like to quote this whistleblower that told the Public Accounts Committee, and I quote, "Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization," end quote. Mr. Speaker, those are not my words. Those are the words of a whistleblower from within SDTC. That's what the Liberals are trying to cover up.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député de Montmagny, Lillette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
The honourable member from Montmagny, Lillette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by saying that I will be sharing my time with member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. I am very pleased to rise today as a member of the Industry Committee. Along with my colleague from the Maritimes, and I'm very pleased to work with my colleague in order to move forward the development of industry in Canada. We have been debating with our Bloc Liberal and NDP colleagues about various things at that committee. And I think we're actually very collaborative. And we're really trying to move forward Canada's economy through that committee. Today, I am unfortunately obliged to say that what we've discovered after hearing from whistleblowers that when it comes to the SDTC fund, this Sustainable Development Technology Fund, money was misspent. And in fact, the Liberals knowingly appointed board members to that board. And then these individuals gave themselves money, even knowing very well that there was a conflict of interest. It's very clear. The AG has published a report on it. According to this information, large sums of money were transferred by these individuals to their own businesses or to organizations where they had relationships or where they held stock. I spoke with the leader of the fund, who came to the committee 3 times at our invitation, and the last time I spoke with her, well, I told her that I'm someone who struggled at school, and I have a diploma in car repair, and that's what allowed me to start out in life. And what I learned in school is that when you take something you shouldn't have, because there's a conflict of interest, I learned right away that you shouldn't try to get favorable treatment when there's a conflict of interest and try to benefit. I said that. I said that to Ms. Verschuren, and I said, you're an intelligent, engaged businesswoman. And I told her, I'm very surprised that you did not understand that in this position, a position that was offered by the former Minister of Industry, Mr. Bain, who it seems may unfortunately have Alzheimer's today because he doesn't seem to remember that he invited her or that he appointed her to that position. We've heard very different things from these two people. And what's particularly concerning is that Ms. Verschuren, in her relationship with some of these organizations, had already received funds. So this was before she was appointed. So she knew that she would have a conflict of interest. And when I asked her if she realized that there was a conflict of interest, she did admit that it had crossed her mind, but that she did not withdraw. And now she's no longer a part of the fund and seems to believe she's no longer accountable. And yet she and other board members transferred millions of dollars to people who were definitely in conflict of interest. And again, this is the AG who's told us this. And today, as elected officials in this House, we see that all of the opposition members in this House have asked for the production of documents, but that has been ignored, even though those documents could have allowed us to look into this further, because the Auditor General pointed out that in addition to these misspent funds, she also found that many of the projects had nothing to do with the matter at hand. And we're talking $250 million that were in question. And she didn't go look at all the contracts, but in the contracts she did look at, there were 90 cases that had a direct conflict of interest. A direct conflict of interest. These are people who literally gave themselves money. I know that I may only have this repair diploma, but when I was a mere 18 years old, I already knew that this was not something you could do. Some years ago, I went to Université Laval to get an administration diploma, and the first thing you learn is that you have to avoid conflicts of interest. Because can you imagine if we as MPs here, we went around giving ourselves money, whether through our members' budgets or in other ways. Imagine if we were giving ourselves public funds. Because again, these are public funds that belong to Canadians. Imagine if we were just running around giving ourselves this money. It would be a scandal. And we saw with the sponsorship scandal that the Liberals at times found ways to help out their buddies. And we're seeing something similar today. It's very important that we be able to access these documents. Because the society we live in, these are tens of millions of dollars that were given by board members to organizations that were in direct conflict of interest. We also heard that $60 million were invested in 10 projects that were not actually eligible for the fund. Who received this money? Who was it? And why is it that they received money under that fund when there are so many other funds that people can apply to? We would really like to know what the various relationships and links here between these businesses and individuals. The documents we got were heavily redacted. It's hard to understand what's happening. My Liberal colleague earlier said that the documents could simply be sent directly to the RCMP, but we should be an intermediate step before the RCMP. We are here to create legislation and apply it. One of our privileges is that we have the right to receive the documents that we asked for. We asked for them on June 10th. It is now September 27th. We still haven't received the documents. This is a matter of privilege. We need the documents. And also, parenthetically, this is not the first time the government has hidden things. As I said at committee, the government in 2015 proudly said that it would be the most transparent government in the history of the country.
And Mr. Speaker, we have to notice that this is far from the case now. And it's really unfortunate that still today we have to talk about this at the House of Commons and that we have this parliamentary privilege. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires. Questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my colleague from Yver-de-Leu that I don't have Alzheimer's. I have a really good memory. And Quebecers say, I remember, je me souviens, all the time. People try to give other people lessons when their own party is not really clean. And I'd like to remind my colleague of the G8, G20 scandal. It's not just Liberals giving money to their cronies. Also, the minister is using public funds to make announcements in his own riding. I'm not inventing anything. We know this because Sheila Fraser's report, the AG at the time, said that there was 32 projects funded, and also Tony Clement also was involved with $50 million. To do what? To public toilets and to also put up billboards for tourists and also other things for the G20 summits. I'd like my colleagues to tell me how can Quebecers be reassured, because when they were in power, they also misused public funds. The Honourable Member. I'm also a Quebecer, Mr. Speaker, and I remember, as we say, and I'd like to remember, as all Quebecers will, that the Bloc right now is supporting a centralizing government that is, well, and they supported hundreds of billions in spending over the past 9 years, particularly over the past 5 years. And so now there are 2 million Canadians that have to turn to food banks. We have absolutely no lessons to learn from the Bloc. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my honourable colleague, doesn't he think that what he's trying to do is counterproductive? Understand that RCMP had written to the law clerk of the House of Commons in July that it's extremely unlikely, highly unlikely that any records that they receive through this process can be used in an investigation as it affects the suspect's Charter of Rights. So does he not understand that actually the process that is being undertaken now is actually counterproductive in bringing any criminals to justice?
The Honourable Member for Montmagny. Mr. Speaker, what's counterproductive is the fact that the Liberals don't want to cooperate and ask all opposition members presented here in the House provide documents in question. This is what's counterproductive. And between me and you, the privilege we have as parliamentarians to have access to these documents is very important. Unfortunately, the Liberals don't want to collaborate, and it's very damaging for Canada.
And the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Merci, le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for underscoring the importance of this question of privilege with respect to conflicts of interest. I also like him to explain why transparency is so important to reestablish the public's confidence in the use of limited Canadian money. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, and I'd like to congratulate him for his French. I didn't even know he spoke French. It's good news. We have another Francophone here in the House of Commons. Great news. And the Bloc will be happy about this. Another Francophone. Well, it's a very simple question. Yes, we do have privileges once again here in the House of Commons. And we are here, well, as my Bloc said earlier, he was a law professor for 30 years. We talked about ethics. The first role of a parliamentarian is to ensure that the country is properly governed. And this includes to knowing how public finances are spent. And this is a key priority of the opposition. That's our role. We have to make sure that the government is doing their work and gives us their information with all transparency. And I use air quotes here because obviously this government doesn't really know what the definition of transparency is.
Resuming debate, and this will be the last speaker for this afternoon. And I'll have to cut the Honourable Member off in about 4 minutes. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the House is debating today is astounding, mind-numbing corruption under a Liberal government kept in power by the NDP,
a government also supported by the Bloc Québécois.
About the $1 billion green slush fund known as the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And it was set up in 2001 to provide financial assistance to green technology companies that were looking to be commercialized. It's a worthy objective, and Conservatives favor technological breakthroughs that help the environment. That's the way to do it. We don't support a carbon tax that hurts Canadian companies and Canadians. The carbon tax is a tax plan, and it's not a climate plan. Conservatives have called for a carbon tax election, which the Liberals, Bloc, and NDP have said no to, not just to us, but to Canadians. In 2017, the Auditor General did a report and gave the SRTC a clean bill of health. The SRTC at that time was under the appointed chair that was appointed by the Conservative government. Fast forward to today. Thanks to whistleblowers that had access to information within the government and the SDTC, a web of corruption, Liberal-friendly individuals and firms has been exposed, totaling hundreds of millions of dollars. The Auditor General has released a new report, which we're discussing, and it examined 226 out of 405 transactions. And she found that out of the 226, that 186 of them had conflicts of interest totaling $330 million, or 82%, and extrapolated upon the entire amount that was given out by SDTC, that equals to about $800 million. $800 million of expenditures that were conflicted. Now, what do we mean by conflicted? It means that the people on the board that were appointed received personal benefits. Their companies received personal benefits from the transactions. And really that undermines a lot of the expenditures that the Liberals do. And it's like we have to, as the opposition, as taxpayers, second guess almost everything that they're doing. You start scratching the surface, you start to wonder, well, what's the connection to a liberal-friendly individual or company? Because we've seen it throughout. In 2019, the Minister of Industry at the time, Navdeep Bains, appointed a chair that was told that she had a conflict, and I will continue, Mr. Speaker, on the next sitting of the House. Thank you.
Having reached the expiry of time provided for today's debate, pursuant to an order made earlier today, the House will resume consideration on the privilege motion on Wednesday, October 2nd, 2024.
As it is 2:30, the House will now adjourn until next Tuesday at 10 a.m. pursuant to Setting Order 38.1 and 21.1.